And day 4 of the SADC Parliamentary Forum 58th Plenary Assembly session is about to convene, and it is hosted by the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa at the Coastlands Hotel and Convention Centre in Durban.
And just to remind you, the theme is the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region, and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation.
And of course, on the order paper today, some considerations of the report of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs, together with the report of the Standing Committee on Democratisation, Governance and Human Rights.
And also a motion for adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment. As you can see on your screen, the moment of silence before the proceedings kick off.
And of course, those proceedings are about to begin. You can stay tuned to Parliament TV, where we are going to give you these live visuals and engagement. Stay tuned as the Parliamentary Forum is about to convene.
Good morning, everyone. I wish to remind honorable members that our meeting is in all of 3 official languages. Honorable members, let me remind the House of procedure to follow. Whenever you want to speak on any matter as follows. A member wishing to speak should raise the country name tag. I will then recognize the honorable members by country. The member will then switch on the microphone to introduce himself or herself before speaking. No member should switch on the microphone before they are given the floor to speak. Honorable members, for the sake of precise, thank you. Vertanin recording. You are reminded to allow to introduce yourself with your name and the country whenever you are granted the floor to speak. Members are reminded to adhere to the 5-minute allocated time when speaking. Are there any notices of motions? Commencement of business of the day. First order, 1 hour. The Secretary General shall read the first order of the day.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Human and Social Development and Special Programs.
Motion for adopting of the report of Standing Committee of Human and Social Development and Special Programs, Honorable Hope Kaiti, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I beg to move that this plenary assembly do adopt the report on the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs to the 57th Plenary Assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum that was laid on the table on the 2nd December 2025. I so move.
Any second? Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Lynette Karenye, Zimbabwe. I second the motion.
I call upon Honorable Kathy to present the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As rightfully mentioned, my name is Mope Khati. I'm a member of Parliament from the Parliament of Lesotho, and I'm the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs. I'm presenting the report of the committee session that was held in Johannesburg in the past month of October. The report will be structured as follows: the composition of the committee members, the terms of reference, the background, the summary presentations from the resource persons that we received, then the presentation on the status of the ratification of the selected sector-specific SADC protocols. Then I'll be presenting the conclusions of the committee. On the composition of the committee, the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs was composed of members as contained in the Appendix 1 of the report, and I'm assuming that honorable members have had this report shared with them in advance. So for the sake of time, I will not be going back to the appendix to read the names of the members. The list of the officials and the resource persons who attended the meeting are also contained in Appendix 2 and Appendix 3 of the report, respectively. The specific terms of reference for the committee are set out in the Rules 42E in bracket of the Rules of Procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. The committee convened its statutory meeting on the 30th and 31st of October 2025 at Premier Hotel in OR Tambo, South Africa. The meeting was convened under the theme, Enhancing the Role of Parliamentarians in Advocating for the Signing, Ratification, Accession, and Domestication and Implementation of SADC Protocols. The meeting formed part of the Standing Committee session for the 58th Plenary Assembly, which included the joint sitting of all SADC Parliamentary Forum standing committees. The Southern African Development Community has established a robust normative framework to advance regional integration, with specific focus on the human and social development pillars being critical to sustainable progress. Central to this framework are key legal and strategic instruments, including the Protocol on Health of 1999, the Strategy for Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights of 2019 to 2030, and the recently adopted Protocol on Employment and Labor of 2023. These instruments are designed to translate the SADC Common Agenda into concrete actions, aiming to enhance the standard of living and protect fundamental rights and foster equitable socio-economic development across the region. However, the efficacy of these regional commitments is inherently dependent on their translation into national law and practice. The journey from regional endorsement to tangible national implementation through the process of signing, ratification, domestication, and resourcing remains a significant challenge. To that end, it also becomes inherently true that delays at any stage create implementation gap, undermining regional solidarity and preventing citizens from realizing the full benefits of the regional integration. Mr. President, it is with this context that the role of national parliaments becomes indispensable. As the primary organ of legislation, budget approval, and executive oversight, parliaments are the critical bridge between regional ambitions and national realities. Therefore, the meeting of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development, mandated to address issues of health, labor, and humanitarian affairs, was convened to strategically address the implementation imperative. The session was designed to equip members of Parliament with the analytical tools and evidence-based insights necessary to effectively scrutinize, advocate for, and accelerate domestication of these specific protocols. This was done with a specific view to enhancing accountability, closing the implementation gap, and ensuring that the region's shared goals for health, well-being, and decent work are decisively advanced. The committee received expert presentations on the status of the SADC protocols on health, SADC strategy for sexual and reproductive health and rights, and the SADC protocol on employment. Following the presentations on the theme by resource persons and extensive deliberations, the committee made the following observations and recommendations to the 58th Plenary Assembly. On SADC protocol on health, the committee recalled that the SADC protocol on health is a key regional framework designed to strengthen cooperation among member states in addressing shared health challenges, with the primary objective of improving the health status of the population through collaborative efforts in disease control, health system strengthening, and specialized health subsectors. The committee noted that the protocol entered into force on the 14th of August 2004, 14th of August 2004, and has been ratified and acceded by all 16 SADC member states, making it a fully active and universally endorsed instrument. The committee further acknowledged that the protocol serves as a foundational guiding document, with its execution supported by various subsequent frameworks and strategies, including the SADC and TB strategy. However, the committee was concerned that several critical challenges persist, primarily concerning inadequate domestic resource mobilizations, which severely affect the implementation of life-saving programs and regional health initiatives. The committee was further concerned that delays in operationalizing key initiatives, such as the SADC pooled procurement services, projected to reduce pharmaceutical costs by up to 60%, and the regional health information management system continue to undermine the regional health security and efficiency. The committee recognizes that over-reliance on external funding, coupled with increasing donor fatigue, poses a significant threat to the sustainability of HIV and AIDS and TB programs, with preliminary data indicating a potential of reversal of gains and a rise in new infections, particularly among the young people. On the SADC strategy for sexual and reproductive health and rights of 2019-2030, the committee recalled that the SADC strategy for sexual and reproductive health and rights is a comprehensive regional framework designed to secure a healthy sexual and reproductive life for all citizens, targeting 10 critical outcomes by 2030. The committee was alarmed that maternal mortalities remain unacceptably high in some countries. Adolescent girls and young women continue to bear brunt of new HIV infections. Gender-based violence affects between 50 and 86% of women in the region over their lifetime. And harmful practices such as child marriage, where 1 in 2 girls is married before age of 18, still continues in some countries. The committee noted the strategy's sound 4-pillar approach that focuses on leadership, legal alignment, health system strengthening via universal coverage, and robust monitoring and evaluation. However, the committee was deeply concerned that the strategy's effectiveness is critically challenged by systemic issues, including fragmented funding, with many states failing to meet the Abuja Declaration target of allocating 15% of their national budgets to health. Legal inconsistencies, such as varying ages of consent, that continue to perpetuate gender inequality, and health system weaknesses evidenced by the fact that less than half of pregnant women attend all of their 4 antenatal visits. The committee also recognizes that the strategy's current non-binding nature, reliant on variable political will, is a critical vulnerability that continues to undermine accountability and harmonized legal reforms and mandatory budget allocations. The committee was convinced that elevating the strategy into a legal binding SADC protocol on SRHR is paramount to accelerating progress from policy aspiration to tangible outcomes for the region's most vulnerable population, which is women and young people. On the SADC protocol on employment and labor of 2025, the committee recalled that the SADC protocol on employment and labor, signed in 2025, is a comprehensive regional framework designed to establish strategic cooperation on employment and labor matters to achieve decent work for all, promoting inclusive and productive employment, minimum labor standards, fundamental rights at work, equality, social security, and tripartite social dialogue. The committee noted that the protocol is not yet in force, as it requires ratification by 2/3 of member states, and that to date, it has been signed by only 10 countries, namely Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, Madagascar, Malawi, Mozambique, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. The committee acknowledges the protocol's potential to address the region's significant unemployment challenges, particularly among youth, women, and persons with disability, and to facilitate the free movement of labor. However, the committee is aware of reservations expressed by some member states regarding the protection of national labor markets and the capacity of economies to create sufficient employment to absorb both national and migrant workers. The committee recognizes that the protocol's effectiveness is contingent upon deliberate and strategic alignment of policies across all sectors and the prioritization of the ratification process by national parliaments. Now, the committee, therefore, resolved to recommend to the 58th Plenary Assembly the following. The committee recommends that the 58th Plenary Assembly urge all national parliaments through the relevant select committees to intensify oversight on national health budgets to ensure adequate domestic resource allocation for the implementation of the SADC protocol on health, with a specific focus on funding programs aligned with the SADC and TB strategy and other regional health priorities. The committee recommends the plenary to call upon member states to expedite the full operationalization of the SADC pooled procurement services and the regional health information management system as a matter of regional health security and economic efficiency. The committee recommends to the plenary to encourage national parliaments through the relevant select committees to enact legislative provisions to ring-fence domestic funding for HIV and AIDS and TB programs to mitigate the impact of donor fatigue and safeguard the continuity of essential health services across our region. The recommendations specific to the sexual and reproductive health and rights strategy, the committee recommends the plenary to call upon national parliaments, particularly portfolio or select committees on health and gender, to prioritize full domestication of SADC SRHR strategy into national laws and policies, ensuring the allocation of specific, sufficient, and protected budgetary resources for its implementation. The committee further recommends the plenary to strongly recommend that the SADC Parliamentary Forum advocates for the elevation of SADC SRHR strategy into a legally binding SADC protocol on SRHR to compel harmonized legal reforms, mandate budgetary allocations, and establish enforceable accountability mechanisms. The committee recommends the plenary to urge member parliaments to review and align national laws, particularly those pertaining to the age of consent for marriage and sexual health services, to eliminate any inconsistencies that perpetuate gender inequality and hinder the realization of the SRHR for all, especially women and youth. The recommendations of the committee specific to the protocol on employment and labor. The committee recommends to the plenary to urge all national parliaments, particularly those member states that have not yet done so, to expedite the processes leading to the signing and ratification of the SADC protocol on employment and labor to enable its entry into force. The committee further recommends the plenary to encourage national parliaments to initiate a process of comprehensive review and alignment of national labor laws with the provisions of the protocol, with particular attention to the protection of vulnerable groups and rights of migrant workers. The committee further recommends to the plenary to call upon the SADC Parliamentary Forum Secretariat, in collaboration with the SADC Secretariat, to provide technical support to national parliaments in the form of model laws, implementation toolkits, and capacity building workshops to facilitate the effective domestication and implementation of the protocol. The committee lastly recommends the plenary to encourage national parliaments to enhance multi-stakeholder engagement, including with workers' unions, employers' organizations, and civil society, to build consensus and ensure inclusive implementation of the protocol, addressing legitimate national concerns while advancing regional labor markets intercreation. In conclusion, Mr. President, the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs emphasizes the urgent need for national parliaments to effectively discharge their oversight, their legislative, their representative and budgetary functions towards the ratification, domestication, and implementation of these protocols and strategies. The committee urges the 58th Plenary Assembly to adopt these recommendations to ensure the shared and collective growth and development of our SADC region. By so saying, Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. It's a very good, excellent report. I shall now allow the second Honorable Nelly B, Vice Chairperson, to present her recording speech.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am Lynette Karenyi, the Deputy Chair of the committee, and I'm representing Zimbabwe. Mr. President, may I take this opportunity to aid my full and straightforward support to the powerful report just presented by the Chairperson of Human and Social Development Committee. The mover has laid bare the critical gap between our regional promises and our national realities. I wish to echo this concern, not just with the rhetoric, but with the cold hard facts that should jolt this Assembly into decisive action. The mover rightfully pointed to the SADC Protocol on Health, 1999, and the funding crisis that stifles it. But let us be specific about the cost of inaction. According to the World Health Organization's Global Tuberculosis Report 2024, and the SADC region account for nearly 40% of global TB incidences, with an estimated 2.5 million people contracting the disease in 2023 alone. Mr. President, this is a regional emergency. The mention of the SADC Protocol procurement services by the Chairperson is in itself a lifeline, as observed by the SADC Secretariat, which projected that this mechanism could reduce costs of key TB and HIV medicine by up to 60%. Colleagues, it is therefore true that when we underfund this, we are deliberately denying affordable treatment to millions. I cannot overemphasize that the issue of donor fatigue is a present-day crisis. Mr. President, UNAIDS data from 2024 reveals a terrifying trend that is Eastern and Southern Africa. Adolescent girls and young women aged 15 to 24 accounted for 25% of new HIV in 2023, despite making up only about 10% of the population. This is the looming siege, which is left, and if it is left unstopped, will balloon into a challenge that will reverse the gains we have made in the fight against HIV and AIDS. I must caution that if we do not fill the gap, we will lose a generation. Mr. President, regarding the SADC strategy for SRHR 2019 to 2030, it is true that the average maternal mortality ratio for the SADC region remain unacceptably high at 391 deaths per 100,000 live births. In some of our member states, this figure soars about 500. As parliamentarians representing the people, we should cease to see them as just figures, but as mothers, as daughters, and as partners. Therefore, it is crucial that we begin to explore the possibility of transforming this strategy into a binding protocol. Doubtless, a binding protocol would compel us to allocate the necessary resources to stop these preventable deaths, fulfilling the Abuja Declaration target of allocating 15% national budgets to health, a target most of our nation are yet to meet. Mr. President, on the protocol on employment and labor, it is also true that if we collaboratively hasten it, we might be able to address the high unemployment rates in our region. But consider the demographic pressure. According to the African Development Bank, has the youngest population in the world, with 70% of sub-Saharan Africa under the age of 30. Every year, 10 to 12 million young people enter the workforce in Africa, a massive wave that our current economies cannot absorb. This protocol is therefore a strategic framework for hastening this demographic dividend before it becomes a demographic time bomb. Delaying its ratification is an act of collective negligence towards our youth. Therefore, honorable members, the time for gentle encouragement is over. We must move from noting this consent to acting with conviction. I implore this Assembly to not only adopt this recommendation, but to go further. Number one, we must task the Secretariat with establishing a clear time-bound roadmap for the ratification of the Employment and Labor Protocol, with public reporting on progress or the lack thereof. Secondly, let us embrace the SADC SRHR strategy, scorecard, and dashboard to track each member state's progress on domesticating the health protocol and the SRHR strategy. The third strategy, let us collectively resolve today to be the generation of parliamentarians that transformed the SRHR strategy from a voluntary guide into a compulsory life-saving protocol. In conclusion, Mr. President, the data is clear. The evidence is undeniable. We now face a simple choice, whether we will be the architect of a healthier, more prosperous, and more integrated SADC, or be the custodian of failed promises. I so submit. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the excellent report. I shall now allow debate on the motion. Members who wish to debate shall indicate by showing of hand. Honorable members, we have 33 minutes to debate. South Africa. After South Africa, Madagascar, and Mozambique. The floor is yours. We can start with South Africa.
Mr. President and honorable members, thank you for the opportunity. I rise to support the adoption of this standing committee report. My name is Bonginkosi Matigizela. I'm a member of the committee as well. Like my fellow esteemed colleagues, I join this august gathering in acknowledging the amendable work and remarkable progress that has been made on the ongoing transformation of the Sadc-Pf into a SADC parliament. Indeed, the domestic consultations on the draft protocol to establish the SADC parliament have raised our hopes that once empowered with full legislative authority, this veritable hub of parliamentary democracy will equally play a more critical role in promoting citizen engagement and participatory governance across the region. But having said that, Mr. President and honorable members, please allow me to also join in acknowledging the commendable work by the SADC Parliamentary Forum Secretariat to embark on efforts aimed at developing SADC model law on prison oversight. This law is long overdue. On the main, this is so because prisons in SADC region are often severely overcrowded, understaffed, lack proper ventilation and sanitation, and do not offer inmates sufficient healthcare, nutrition, or recreational time. Poor conditions such as these increase the likelihood of sexual violence and perpetration, as well as the transmission of diseases such as HIV and TB. This does not only present a human rights violation for inmates, but has the potential effect to population at large, because inmates are not a statistic population. They move around the prison system and back and forth from the outside world. This therefore underscores the critical role of a proactive, effective, and impactful parliamentary oversight, which is crucial to prevent cruel and degrading treatment of inmates and ensure that they are detained in conditions that preserve their rights and well-being. As elected public representatives, we should always remain mindful that prisoners' health is our problem too. This is so because prisons do not only threaten the health of people incarcerated within them. Prison staff and population at large are also at risk because prisoners are not a static population. They move around the prison system, as I said, back and forth. Whilst this means, as we discharge our lawmaking and oversight duties in our respective parliaments, we should be cognizant of the fact that prisons are very important in the fight against HIV in our respective countries. More importantly, this underscores the need for more proactive and impactful oversight on our part as parliamentarians, and to support the work of statutory bodies established to exercise oversight over the executive, such as South Africa's Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services. Thus, South Africa supports the development of a SADC model law on prison oversight, not only to act as benchmarking reference for national parliaments of SADC countries, but also to ensure that parliaments are sufficiently empowered through legal provisions to demand accountability from government for protecting prisoners' rights. But on the same breath, Mr. President and honorable members, let me remind all of us that SADC was founded on the principle of cooperation, solidarity, and shared development. The protocols that emerge from this regional body are not abstract documents. They are frameworks designed to uplift our people through strengthened governance, economic development, peace, and social cohesion. Yet many of these protocols remain unsigned, unratified, or undomesticated, rendering them ineffective within our national system. As a result, critical region initiatives stall, and benefits intended for our citizens are delayed or lost entirely. We as parliamentarians are uniquely positioned to change this trajectory, but we can only be able to do so if working collaboratively with other stakeholders. We can clearly delineate our normative role in advocating for the signing, ratification, accession, domestication, and implementation of SADC protocols. But over and above that, South Africa agrees with proposals and recommendations contained in the report, particularly on those, and I'm not going to repeat them, Mr. President and members, and those that were mentioned by my chairperson and my deputy chairperson. As I'm about to conclude, I do want to also say that as South Africa, we have moved with speed to really plug the hole and close the gap in terms of the PEPFAR funding that was withdrawn by the US. And I think we have now made available 753 million, which was released immediately after that crisis. And I think with regard to the issue of prison, I mean, we've also shown with the inspectorate that is responsible for inspecting the prisoners. So with those few words, Mr. President and honorable members, I would like to express and submit South Africa's support for the adoption of this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we give the floor to Honorable from Mozambique.
Thank you very much, Honorable President, Your Excellencies, President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Your Excellencies, Speakers of National Parliaments, the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, honorable members of Parliament, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the impact of the SADC Protocol on health in Mozambique includes improvement of access to healthcare, regional cooperation in managing health crisis, and harmonization of policies, and the strengthening of national healthcare system. This protocol aims to promote economic development, peace and security, and to reduce high levels of poverty and improve the livelihood of the Mozambican population through a coordinated and integrated approach. On regional cooperation on health matters, Mozambique benefits from the regional cooperation to manage crises relating to pandemic and health crisis through early warning and provision of coordinated response. The protocol promotes the harmonization of policies and regulations on health and facilitates trading of pharmaceutical products and sharing of good practices. With regard to strengthening of health system, the adherence to the SADC Protocol on Health motivates Mozambique to strengthen its national health system, including at the community level, in order to improve health infrastructures and provision of health services. The implications of the SADC Protocol to Mozambique requires alignment to issues of peace, reduction of poverty, and improvement of quality of life. The protocol motivates regional cooperation in the area of health, integration of services, and exchange of best practices in the combat of diseases throughout the SADC region. The collaboration at the regional level is essential to fight cross-border diseases such as malaria and TB. The protocol allows us to share strategic health matters for us to combat this illness, these diseases, in a coordinated manner. I support this report. Thank you very much.
Honorable member, you are reminded that for the purpose of accurate verbatim recording, you should always introduce yourself by your name and country whenever you give the floor to the speaker. Could you please give your name, please?
Thank you very much. It's Jeron Agustin from Mozambique. Thank you very much.
We are giving the floor to Honorable from Madagascar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear members of this Parliamentary Forum, I am an MP from Madagascar, and I'm intervening in order to support the adoption of this report for the SDSR strategy. When it comes to HIV/AIDS, Madagascar is currently in a very, very concerning situation with statistics that are always on a high when we talk about UNAIDS and the Ministry of Health. We have only 32 3,000 people knowing their status, their HIV status, and the prevalence is very high within a young adult population. Treatment is not always accessible to the population that is impacted. So we have between 3,000 and 4,000 new cases detected every year. And on the basis of these statistics, we really are behind and fully support this motion to be adopted because it is very important for the population impacted by some diseases. Madagascar is also at National Assembly level, has at its disposal a task force, a team on SRHR, and we are working at filling the gaps in SRHR strategy through health cover, the promotion of gender parity, as well as the eradication of child marriages and precocious pregnancies. We can only support this motion. Thank you very much.
I want just to remind you again, introduce yourself by your name and your country. Not only your country, but your name also.
Radi Savatara Gabriel, MP from Madagascar.
Floor to Honorable from Angola.
Muito obrigada, Sra. Presidente. Eu sou Teresa José Adelina.
I am Teresa Neto, Member of Parliament from Angola, Your Excellency, President of SADC Parliamentary Forum, Presidents of National Parliaments, Head of Delegations, Honorable Members of Parliament, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen. With regard to the item on SADC strategy on sexual and reproductive health and rights, we would like to share the degree of implementation of this strategy in the National Assembly and highlight the impact of the implementation of the Sadc-Pf health, sexual and reproductive rights, HIV/AIDS, and governance project activity plan, which ended last November. The images that are being displayed are relating to our report. We are very pleased to say we have worked hard, diligently, and responsibly to achieve the recommended goals and training and awareness raising among the 220 MPs, including parliamentary staff, civil society, reproductive health and family planning technicians, teachers, as well as technicians assisting the people living with HIV/AIDS on various pillars of action of this project. Our activities have multiplied into various initiatives ranging from raising awareness on gender issues and child protection through combating child marriage and unwanted pregnancies to protecting vulnerable people and the environment. We are grateful for the efforts of our researchers. As we know, it is no easy task to engage all ministerial and social actors and non-governmental organizations and to create a solid partnership and see in the activities of the National Project Group in Angola. These efforts have resulted in the implementation of 23 activities aligned with the strategic objective, namely parliamentary awareness sessions on sex education, gender transformative pedagogical supervision, advocacy and public communication campaigns through radio programs, technical meetings with the development partners. The impacts are significant, and internally we see the project reaching considerable proportion. At national level, the project has achieved proven visibility, reaching listeners across the country through the radio frequency, particularly benefiting children, adolescents, young people in vulnerable situations, women and people living with HIV areas. I would like to share two activities, in particular, the community outreach activity with mobile brigades in the province of KwaZulu, held from 25th to 29th September, covering 2 remote locations in the city of KwaZulu. The activity aimed to bring health care to populations that do not have access to health services. During the mobile brigade presence to these locations, psychological counseling was provided to female sex workers and adolescents living with HIV. The selected villages were located a long distance from the provincial capital and are characterized by rural communities that do not have access to health facility. Awareness-raising work on the importance of early diagnosis and prevention of breast and cervical cancer held on 24 October. These activities mobilized an unprecedented number of stakeholders and participants and were massive activities which included the involvement of the provincial government of KwaZulu, UNDP, the UNICEF, the National Institute for the Fight Against AIDS Gender Committee of the Ministry of Health, municipal directors, ADECO technicians, parliamentary officials. The National Assembly is deeply aligned with the objectives of the project and identifies with its noble intentions. For this reason, we would like to replicate the impact to the year 2026. I would like to second the adoption of the report. Thank you very much.
Could you please introduce yourself, please?
Senhor Presidente, eu sou Teresa José.
I am Teresa José Neto, and from the Parliament of Angola.
Now we give the floor to the Honorable from South Africa. Now I call upon Honorable Kati to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Apologies. Thank you very much to honorable members that supported the adoption of the report. I do realize that in most of their interventions really was in support of the report. There are no specific questions or any concerns for clarification. But if I start with honorable member from South Africa, he did talk about the situation of public health concern within our correctional service facilities, which still speaks a lot about why it is important for us to fast-track the adoption of the protocol on health, as we believe that it will be addressing these kind of issues that continue to persist within our countries. He did also highlight that South Africa is making a couple of efforts to close the funding gap in health that exists after the loss of funding from the donor through the PEPFAR program. Then we also had a member from Mozambique as well, who also came in support of the adoption of the report, who also shared with us the progress in Mozambique around the implementation of the protocol on health. She reiterated the importance of the regional integration and how Mozambique is benefiting from this noble initiative as a country. We had a member from Madagascar as well who also came in support of the adoption of the report, who did mention or highlighted the concerning situation of HIV in the country, and further making a case why the health protocol should be domesticated in our various countries to help in response of the situation that we are seeing of rising incidence of HIV infections, which actually is the reversal of the gains that have been achieved by many countries over the past years. She highlighted the efforts in place as well for the country to address the financing gap, to continue to strengthen the health systems and be able to provide quality health care to their citizens. And lastly, we had the honorable member from Angola as well, did not have any questions, any concerns, but rather she also shared the progress of the country on the strategy on SRHR. And it was quite interesting that as she was speaking, our screens were actually sharing the real impact and the initiatives that she's speaking about at country level. And to me, that was very, very relevant and very convincing in terms of the initiative that their parliament actually has taken in addressing the issues of SRHR. With this, Mr. President, I believe all the members have actually come in support of the adoption of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Cathy, for your response. I put the question that a report of the Standing Committee on the Human and Social Development and special program be adopted. Are there any objections? The report of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and special program is duly adopted. Second order, the Secretary General shall read the second order of the day.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights.
Motion for adopting of the report of the Standing Committee on the Democratization, Governance and Human Rights. Honorable Senator Isaac Magagula, Internal Committee Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to raise the motion.
Any second? Angola.
Eu sou o deputado Pedro Sebastião de Angola.
I am Honorable Pedro Sebastião from Angola, and I would like to support the adoption of the report.
Magagula to present the report.
Riding on the protocols already established, may I, Mr. President, present the report of the DGRH committee at this August meeting. The report is in various subtopics, starting with the composition of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights. I will not waste the plenary's time by naming the committee members because those are there and have been annexed as Appendix 1. But suffice to point out that I am standing in here as an interim chairperson following the inability of Malawi as chairperson and Madagascar as a vice chairperson. The next item on my presentation, Mr. Chairman, the terms of reference of the meeting. The specific terms of reference for the DGHR Standing Committee are set out in Rules 42D on the Rules of Procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. The committee convened its statutory meeting on the 30th and 31st October 2025 at Premier OR Tambo Hotel in Johannesburg. The meeting was convened under the theme Enhancing the Role of Parliamentarian. I'll repeat that, enhancing the role of parliamentarians in advocating for the signing, ratification, accession, domestication, and implementation of protocols. I'll go for some brief background. The committee engaged in a wide-ranging discussions on the status of signing, accession, ratification, domestication, and implementation of key protocols and instruments with particular focus on the SADC Protocol Against Corruption, 2001, the SADC Protocol on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, and the revised SADC Principles Governing Democratic Elections 2021. I will now go one by one of those areas I've just mentioned, Mr. President. One is funding for the SADC Parliamentary Election Observation Missions. Noting with concern the long-standing challenge of ensuring sustainable funding for the SADC Parliamentary Forum election observation missions, and the continued lack of meaningful progress in incorporating election observation financing into national budgets, operational budgets, despite several plenary assembly resolutions. Acknowledging that the non-participation of speakers and members of parliament in several election observation missions deprives legislatures of first-hand exposure to electoral processes thereby diminishing their capacity to exercise credible oversight and effectively contribute to democratic consolidation in the SADC region. Recalling the pioneering role of the SADC Parliamentary Forum in establishing regional electoral norms, including its development of the norms and standards for elections in the SADC region 2001. The first regional election instrument with both SADC and the African Union, which laid the groundwork for subsequent electoral frameworks. Noting further that Article 8.2.1 of the revised SADC Principles and Guidelines governing democratic elections 2021 identifies legislators as integral in SADC electoral observation missions, yet does not articulate clear modalities for the role of parliamentarians or of the SADC Parliamentary Forum during elections, thereby creating uncertainty. I come to B now. SADC Protocol on Corruption 2021. No, sorry, 2001. Recalling that the SADC Protocol against corruption seeks to promote and strengthen mechanisms for the prevention, detection, punishment, and eradication of corruption in the public and private sectors, as well as to enhance cooperation and harmonization of anti-corruption policies and legislations across the region, noting that the protocol entered into force in July 2005 and has been ratified by 15 member states, with Madagascar and Seychelles as the most recent, and that Comoros remains the sole state member yet to sign or ratify the instrument. Acknowledging that member states are generally implementing the protocol, supported by a regional monitoring tool and an annual reports presented to the ministerial committee of the organ, yet recognizing that persistent implementation gaps continue to erode public trust, weaken institutions, and undermine economic stability. Commending the collaboration between the Sadc-Pf and the SADC Secretariat in advancing anti-corruption advocacy and the policy dialogue, while underscoring the need for more evidence-based tracking, consistent data reporting, and stronger parliamentary follow-up. Recognizing the need for parliamentarians, recognizing the need for parliaments to prioritize advocacy for key reforms, including enhancing transparency in public procurement, improving debt accountability, strengthening the independence and resourcing of anti-corruption agencies, and building parliamentary capacity for modern anti-corruption oversight. Further recognizing the importance of addressing both the beneficiaries and architects of corruption, including transboundary criminal cartels, illicit financial flows, cyber-enabled corruption, and private collusion, which continue to undermine governance systems. Highlighting the need for a regional whistleblower protection mechanism, a monitoring mechanism in line with Article 4.1e of the protocol, and the harmonization of national laws under Article 4(2), supported by regular performance data to enable comparative regional analysis. Concerned that the 2001 protocol does not fully address emerging corruption threats, including digital corruption, crypto-based illicit flows, and complex corporate concealment structures, and therefore requires urgent review. C, which is the third aspect I want to address myself to, SADC protocol on politics, defense, and security cooperation, 2001. Recalling, ladies and gentlemen, that the SADC protocol on politics, defense, and security cooperation aims to promote and enhance regional peace, security, and political stability, and noting that it entered into force on the 2nd of March 2004, but has only been ratified by 11 member states, with Angola, the DRC, Madagascar, Seychelles, and the Comoros still to ratify or accede. Concerned about the slow pace of ratification and its potential constraints on regional cohesion, collective security readiness, and the institutional effectiveness of the SADC organ. Acknowledging that the SADC region remains largely stable, but continues to face persistent security challenges in specific hotspots, including terrorism and violent extremism in northern Mozambique, and deteriorating security humanitarian situation in eastern DRC, which requires sustained regional engagement and comprehensive peace-building efforts. Recognizing that the political economy of conflict, especially in the minerals-rich areas of the eastern DRC and northern Mozambique, continues to fuel instability, with external factors and illicit networks contributing to patterns of mineral-linked violence. Commending the governance support provided by the panel of elders and the mediation reference group through conflict mediation efforts in 4 states, including the recent support to Madagascar. Noting advancements in regional defense readiness, including early warnings or early warning capabilities demonstrated by the 370 threats detected by the SADC Strategic Situation Center, and stressful joint operations and successful joint operations against transnational organized crime, while emphasizing that every warning must translate into early humanitarian and military action. Further noting the persistent underrepresentation of women in peace and security structures and processes, with female participation accounting for 8.6%, substantially below the regional target of 15% by 2030, and the need to deliberate measures to close this gap. Commending the achievements of regional institutions such as the SADC Fisheries Monitoring, Control and Surveillance Coordination Center in Mozambique and the Regional Counter-Terrorism Center established in Tanzania in 2022, while stressing the importance of sustainable staffing and financial support. Recognizing further that evolving security threats, including climate-induced instability, terrorism, cyber threats, transnational organized crime, and public health emergencies, necessitate a comprehensive review of the 2001 protocol to embed a human security approach centered on citizen safety, dignity, and livelihood, emphasizing the importance of structured and sustained engagement between Parliament and security sector, including regular briefings by the director of the SADC organ to ensure parliamentary perspectives inform regional security frameworks and advance a whole-of-society approach to peace and security. Now I come to the last one, which is D, revised principles and guidelines governing elections. Recalling that the revised SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections reinforce the SADC Treaty and the Protocol on Politics, Defense and Security, and establish a regional framework for credible, free, fair, transparent, and peaceful elections, including impartial elections, observations, and enhanced electoral justice. Recognizing the Sadc-Pf's active involvement through the DHR Committee in revising the 2004 guidelines between 2011 and 2015, the forum's subsequent development of the SADC Model Law on Elections 2018 to support member states in domesticating and implementing the revised provisions, concerned that the implementation of SADC election observation missions recommendations remains slow in many member states, especially in relation to political party funding transparency, accessibility for persons with disabilities, and the establishment of sustained follow-up mechanisms, and further noting persistent funding constraints affecting both the electoral observation mission deployment and the SADC Electoral Advisory Council. Alarmed by the declining regional voter turnout, hovering around 60% over the past 5 years, and low youth participation, which undermines inclusive democratic processes and weakens electoral legitimacy. Acknowledging the need to update the SADC model law on elections to address technological and contemporary risks such as cybersecurity threats, digital misinformation and disinformation, regulation of online campaigning, combating tech-facilitated violence, and ensuring electoral continuity during pandemics and emergencies to strengthen electoral resilience and integrity. Reaffirming the role of reaffirming the central role of national parliaments in strengthening electoral governance through oversight, budget allocation, domestic observation, civic education, monitoring of election management bodies, and implementation of election observation missions recommendations. Now, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the Democratic Governance and Human Rights Standing Committee hereby resolves and recommends to this 58th Plenary Assembly: 1. Funding of SADC Parliamentary election observation missions. Reaffirm the importance of sustaining parliamentary involvement in election observation as a strategic measure for promoting the SADC model law on elections, thereby advancing electoral reforms and strengthening the democratic governance in the region. Call upon member parliaments to incorporate the cost of the Sadc-Pf election observations in order or into their annual mandatory contributions to ensure predictable and sustainable funding. The other one is SADC on protocol against corruption. Call upon member parliaments to institutionalize regular oversight hearings on the implementation of national anti-corruption strategies. The other one is a SADC protocol on politics, defense, and security. Call upon national parliaments, particularly those of Angola and the DRC and Madagascar, Seychelles, and Comoros to intensify advocacy for ratification or accession to the Protocol on Politics, Defense, and Security. Mr. President, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, I so submit this report for your consideration, noting, and any comments, recommendations you might have. I have the honor to say thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Magagula. I shall now allow the second Honorable Pedro Sebastião, committee member, to present seconding the motion.
Senhor Presidente do Fórum
Honorable President of SADC Parliamentary Forum, distinguished speakers of national parliaments, honorable members of parliament, the Honorable Secretary General of SADC Parliamentary Forum, may I simply say, all protocol observed. I rise to second the report of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights, so competently moved by the interim chairperson. Allow me to first commend the committee for a report which is both comprehensive and timely, as it provides a somber assessment of our democratic health as a region and an honest reflection of the work we still need to do. Our report reminds us that democracy is not strengthened by declarations alone, but by implementation. It reminds us that signatures on paper will not deepen regional integration, but the action in our parliaments, budgets, and laws will. For that reason, this report deserves not only our support, but our full and deliberate commitment to its recommendations. Mr. President, what is most striking about this report is its clarity. It does not gloss over the challenges. It calls us to confront directly and without hesitation 3 areas that will define the future of governance in SADC, namely election integrity, combat against corruption, and regional peace and security. On elections, the report speaks powerfully about the funding gaps for SADC Parliamentary Forum election observation missions. It also shows that despite the repeated resolutions, predictable financing remains elusive. Yet, without these missions, we lose the ability to observe, to learn, and to credibly advocate the electoral reform in our own countries. We cannot expect to influence democratic processes that we have not observed. We cannot speak with authority on reforms that we have not experienced firsthand. And we cannot advocate for the domestication of the SADC model law on elections if we are absent from the very elections where its value is demonstrated. Election observation is not a mere courtesy. It is a fundamental democratic obligation. Similarly, providing funding is not optional. It is a vital for upholding trust, stability, and legitimacy in the region. Mr. President, the report focuses on corruption is especially important. It acknowledges the progress made since the SADC protocol against corruption came into force, but it also highlights the persistent implementation gaps that continue to weaken our institutions, erode public trust, and hamper economic stability. Corruption today is sophisticated. It is digital. It is transboundary. It involves networks, cartels, and illicit financial flows. This report rightly emphasizes that our laws must keep pace with these challenging threats, including cyber-enabled corruption and crypto-based illicit transactions. It advocates for stronger oversight, increased transparency in procurement, effective protection for whistleblowers, and the independence and sufficient resources for anti-corruption agencies. Most importantly, the report places responsibility where it belongs, with us, the legislatures, because oversight delayed is accountability denied. Mr. President, regarding peace and security, the report does not shy away from the realities facing our region. It clearly identifies ongoing challenges, including terrorism in the northern Mozambique and the worsening humanitarian crisis in the eastern DRC. It warns us that slow ratification of the SADC protocol on politics, defense, and security cooperation hampers our collective preparedness and diminishes the organ's effectiveness. It reminds us that early warning systems must lead to early action, not delayed responses. It highlights the need to increase women's participation in peace and security, and it calls for a modernized protocol that reflects new threats. Climate-induced instability, terrorism, and violent extremism, cyber insecurity, transnational organized crime, and public health emergencies. The message is clear. Regional peace requires proactive, courageous, and parliamentary engagement. Mr. President, the report requires more from us, not simply in words, but through actions. It offers a clear path to bolster governance, strengthen democracy, and safeguard human security in our region. The report also recognizes our progress, addresses our weaknesses, and proposes reforms that are practical, measurable, and urgently required. With these few words, Mr. President, I second the adoption of the report I submit. Thank you very much, Honorable President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pedro Sebastião. We have 17 minutes to debate. Shall I now allow debate on the motion? Members who wish to debate shall indicate by a show in a hand. Honorable members, you are reminded that for the purpose of accurate verbatim recording, you should always introduce yourself by your name and the country whenever giving the floor to the speaker. We have 15 minutes. Zimbabwe. Zambia, I'm sorry. Really, I'm sorry. Honorable Zambia.
Namibia.
Madagascar.
Namibia again. Of South Africa. Madagascar.
Just a moment. We have 17 minutes, and each of you maximum have 5 minutes. It means that it will be 3 minutes. If 3 minutes, okay.
So we have Madagascar, Zambia, Malawi, Namibia, South Africa.
Okay. Zambia first.
We have DRC. We have DRC.
Yeah.
2 DRC.
Again.
Namibia, we've recognized
1. DRC 1.
South Africa, you're fine.
South Africa 5. Malawi.
Malawi, you're included. There are too many, but let's see how they speak, and then let's see how they take it.
But
it will take time. Okay, give them 2 minutes.
Apologize again that we have to give 2 minutes because you are. I want us to, yeah. I want us to mention that each committee have 1 hour, an hour. So, okay, let's start. We give the floor to Honorable from Zambia.
Mr. President, my name is Honorable Victor Lumai, representing a constituency from the Republic of Zambia. Allow me, Mr. President, to request that the time be increased because 2 minutes, it will be very difficult for members to make a presentation. Please, Mr. President.
You have 3 minutes, Honorable.
Mr. President, under 2 minutes, allow me to adopt the submissions made by the mover and the seconder as my own. Mr. President, you are aware that as a committee, our aim is to see a SADC which is peaceful, a SADC which looks at corruption as a deadly disease, a SADC that looks at a coup leadership as retrogressive, a SADC that wants peace and unity, integrity as a cornerstone from our leaders. Mr. President, allow me to submit that as the Republic of Zambia, I wish to inform this August forum that Zambia ratified the SADC protocol against corruption in 2003, and since then, the country has continued to implement various interventions towards domestication of the protocol. These measures have primarily been realized through a combination of successful national policies and legal frameworks. Mr. President, under 2 minutes, with regards to the legislation, Zambia's framework aligns with the requirements contained under the SADC protocols, which provide for the corruption, criminalization, and enforcement. This domestication is demonstrated in a ratified of substantive laws that include the following: the Anti-Corruption Act number 3 of 2012, and the Penal Code domesticates Articles 3, 4, 5, and 8 of the protocol regarding acts of corruption, prevention and investigations, and prosecution of corruption.
Thank you, Honorable.
Mr. President, very unfair. Thank you.
Your name, please.
Thank you.
Can you please introduce by your name and the country, please?
I introduce myself as Honorable Victor Lumai from the Republic of Zambia.
I appreciate it. Now we are going to give the floor to Honorable from Namibia.
I'm Paula Cooper from Namibia. Honorable President, honorable members, I support the report as submitted by our interim chairperson as a member of that committee, and I want to highlight the importance of election observers. Election observers play a pivotal role in promoting credible, transparent, and peaceful elections in the SADC region. And their presence enhances public confidence, deters electoral malpractice, and ensures that elections comply with regional and international democratic standards. Observers also provide independent assessments and recommendations that support electoral reforms, strengthen democratic institutions, and contribute to long-term stability. Mr. President, honorable members, it enables proper deployment of observers, comprehensive coverage of the electoral cycle, capacity building activities, and follow-up on recommendations. And insufficient funding must not limit the scope and the effectiveness and credibility of these missions, undermining the Sadc-Pf's ability to fulfill its mandate in promoting good governance, accountability, and democracy across member states. And I do not know whether 3 minutes are over or not, whether I can continue.
Not it.
The SADC member states can coordinate. SADC member states can coordinate election observation and funding by establishing a shared regional fund, harmonizing electoral standards, and creating a regional pool of trained observers for timely deployment, strengthening collaboration between the Sadc-Pf, the SADC Secretariat, and national electoral management bodies that improves planning and information sharing, joint pre-election assessments and coordinated follow-up on observer recommendations enhance consistency and accountability across the region. Honorable President, honorable members, in conclusion, SADC member states can also engage development partners collectively and also budget in our national budgets to mobilize additional support and promote peer learning to improve electoral processes. I so submit.
Thank you very much. 3 minutes. Now we are going to give the floor to Honorable from Malawi.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is William Suswele Banda from Malawi, as you have indicated. I want to join my colleagues who have commended the clarity of this report. I think we all agree that it's a good report. As Malawi, we only regret that we're not part of that standing committee because of the situation that we experienced in Malawi. We were undergoing general elections. But, Mr. President, I just wanted to check whether this August House would want just to focus on the observation of elections. We all appreciate that election is a process, and the value needs to be added at every other point. We have seen in other countries tension building and people just let it proceed with that tension. The end result has been a crisis. When all of us were able to see that issues are not being managed well. So we go there to observe. It's simply to record the end point of the whole process. I was wondering whether, as a House, would be also considering bringing in interventions at the other levels of the process. Much as Malawi appreciates that we have a challenge of funding, but adding value to the whole process is not just evaluating the end of the process. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Now we are, thank you. Now we are going to give the floor to Honorable from Madagascar.
Sophie Ratsiraka, députée de Madagascar. L'Afrique.
Africa represents the youth and the future with its growing population. These are trade opportunities for the global companies without forgetting our resources. But our continent is very vulnerable to the climate change, conflicts, diseases, and without forgetting the fragility of our democracies and human rights. It's with pride that I'm going to say that the future of Africa is linked to the stability and the global security, because Africa is a tree that has got fruit of all types for the whole world. But this huge tree needs a very solid root with good resolutions and good decisions that need to be taken. Yes, that we are not catching up with our delay, but together we can go with the populations and the confidence of the population that they give to us. We need to demonstrate that we are busy acting, that in adopting these resolutions, we are holding one another's hand. We deserve the root of Africa of today, tomorrow, and forever. This Africa that needs peace, reforms, and security. Thank you very much.
Now we are going to give the floor to the Honorable from South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Kenny Muimang from South Africa, a member of the committee. Allow me to rise in support of the adoption of the Standing Committee report. as it encourages us to note transformation in the SADC Parliamentary Forum into SADC Parliament. And we note with great enthusiasm the domestic consultation on the draft protocol to establish the SADC Parliament. Secondly, let's support the report by virtue of the fact that one of the perennial issues that we should not fail in attending to and addressing is the need of enhancing the role of parliamentarians in advocating the signing, ratification, accession, domestication, and implementation of various SADC protocols, such as SADC protocols against corruption. The legislative mandate and policy imperative speaks directly to our responsibility to ensure that we put a halt to corruption. Thirdly, South Africa agrees with the proposals and recommendations as contained in the report, particularly on institutionalizing structured oversight in the implementation of the SADC Protocol on Politics, Defense, Security and Cooperation. Secondly, in institutionalizing support on the involvement in election observation as a strategic measure for promoting the domestication and implementation of SADC model law on elections, thereby advancing electoral reforms, strengthening democratic governance in the region. With those few words, Mr. President and honorable members, I would like to express and submit South Africa's support for the adoption of the report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Now we are going to give the floor to Honorable from DRC.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the floor. I'm a member of this committee, but I've got some observation to bring. The DRC has noticed a lot of advantage in corruption, even though they ratified the protocol on corruption, but we still have that which has got a lot of disaster, be it in the public or private sector. I believe that we need to, which is blocking the development of our country. I believe that the model law that can assist the DRC so that we can try to block this thing of corruption that is happening in the DRC, without forgetting that in the two chambers, meaning the Senate and the Assembly, I believe that people should be brought to book concerning the SADC protocol on the cooperation, talking about policy, defense, politics, defense, and security. I believe that yes, we have not signed it, given that we've got a decade of conflict. I believe that we took advantage of the intervention of the SADC, that we continue thanking them. I believe that we need to defend the Congolese people and its territory. Given this experience, the DRC would like, in a near future, to ratify the protocol of a very strategic use when it comes to the principles that regulate the democratic elections. The DRC ratified it, but we, the parliamentarians, we need to update this document, taking into account the new threats that are coming, especially cybersecurity issues that we have, so that we can, that are influencing the elections. This is what I can say in this regard. I thank you very much for your attention. She was so fast.
I now call up upon Honorable Magagula to respond.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the comments, clarifications here and there by the honorable members from the floor. I may say in summary, there is no one that is maybe saying something different, and that is not within the spirit of the report delivered. Can I say, Mr. Chairman, I'm very grateful to the members that they are in total proposing that the report be adopted, but they are emphasizing the point of implementation. It's no use having white papers that do not serve any purpose in the future when we have problems of corruption, security, defense, and other challenges. So, Mr. President, I can only say that without actually mentioning, I am recognizing, thanking everyone, including the one that has seconded the report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I put the question that the report of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights be adopted. Are there any objections? The report of Standing Committee and Democratization, Governance and Human Rights is duly adopted. Now, break. We have 30 minutes for health break. So we return back by 11:30. Just a moment. 11:32.
And that is the first session of day 4 of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, the 58th Assembly that is happening here in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal.
And of course, as you can see, the presiding officers walking out there. And today, they are led by the president of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Mr. Thierry. Mr. Thierry is a speaker of the Mauritius Parliament. And we've seen there earlier the adoption of the first report, which was of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs, which was then moved by its chairperson, Mr. Hope Kati, and seconded by Honorable Lynette Kanyeti, who is the vice chairperson of that committee.
And of course, Teminkosi, viewers might note that during that report, member delegates were reporting on issues such as HIV and AIDS, the challenges in terms of socioeconomic issues. We're talking their response to poverty, employment and inequality within the SADC region countries. And of course, then, there was also a motion for adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights. And the motion was that the report of the Standing Committee must be adopted by the 58th Plenary Assembly. The mover of this report was Honorable Senator Isaac Magagula, who is a committee member. And the seconder was Honorable Pedro Sibatio, who is also a committee member. And in this report, they focused on issues of corruption and how that is preventing countries from reaching their fullest potential.
And Sepo, we've heard it coming out strongly from the representative of the Democratic Republic of Congo, as well as the representative of the Lesotho Parliament, speaking strongly on issues of corruption that is affecting their countries. There's a number of reports that are yet to be adopted, and it will be bringing that to you throughout the day. But for now, let's listen to the conversation that Sepo had with our boss, the Secretary to Parliament, Mr. Kolile George.
Welcome back to Parliament TV. And of course, in a significant moment for regional cooperation, South Africa is currently hosting the 58th Plenary Assembly of the Sadc Parliamentary Forum here in KwaZulu-Natal. The theme, the impact of climate change on women and youth in the Sadc region and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation. Now, this resonates deeply as our nation grapples with the devastating aftermath of recent climate-induced disasters. To delve into the strategic importance of this gathering and the meticulous planning behind it, we are joined by the individual at the operational helm of the South African Parliament. He is the Secretary to Parliament, the administrative head responsible for ensuring the institution functions effectively. A very warm welcome, Mr. Xolile George.
Thank you very much, South African Parliament TV, and thank you very much.
STP, of course, fresh from the P20 presidency that we just held. We had the speakers coming together in October, and now Parliament of RSA is hosting the Sadc-Pf, the 58th National Assembly. Now, from a strategic and diplomatic point of view, what is the significance of South Africa hosting these significant events?
Well, this is a very important moment for our country. And for us, in particular, as Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, we have sustained a very important moment for the continent, especially when, for the first time, South Africa played host to the world to host one of the most premier platforms called the G20. And likewise, our Parliament hosted the first Parliamentary 20 in the African soil. And this is part of us ensuring that our diplomatic programs, they start yielding dividends. Because in the same year that we are now hosting SADC, equally as South Africa, we have just been granted the right to host the Commonwealth Parliamentary Forum, which is a premier platform of parliaments in the Commonwealth. So we are building on a demonstration of the capability and confidence the world has in our country. And our parliament is playing no lesser role in that regard. So we're quite proud about that moment as a country. And when we are hosting now the SADC, building on this successful G20, P20, it demonstrates our credentials once more, that we are a parliament that belongs in the family of other parliaments. And it could not be a better moment for us riding on that wave crest of a successful profiling of our country in the global community. So when we are now playing host of the parliaments of our region, the Southern Africa Community, we're quite proud that in the context of that conversation, we bring together parliaments from 16 countries to come and have a conversation on one of the most devastating phenomena that the world has experienced. The last time people experienced a rare moment in 1999, there's something called tsunami. And everybody, what is tsunami? How does the seawater all the way leave the sea and go to the people? And it happened. And then it was hardly 2 years thereafter, another country experienced the same, El Nino, somewhere there in America. Again, huge rains that people can't explain. Cars will be thrown all over, trees will be uprooted, houses. And from there, a full shift of global climate was visiting us. Hence, we started the COP1. Today, we talk about COP30. There will be COP31. Climate change impact, leading to a Paris Agreement that we recognize that the climate is no longer the same. So in our own region, we have experienced a similar share of this devastation. We have seen Mozambique all the time facing these. We have seen fires in many other countries in SADC. We too, as South Africa, in this province, we lost 474 lives in 2022 in March. Just 2 days, 500 millimeters of rain. 434 lives gone. Jobs destroyed, retails destroyed, houses of people, roads. And when you start explaining, but how is it possible that you can have this kind of rain in KZN? Mozambique is a neighbor.
Of course.
So the same phenomenon may be running all over. And then a year before 2021, huge snow in KZN. Marianne Hill closed. People can't travel on N3. Those who unfortunately were trapped into that, so many lives were lost. How do you reconcile KZN with frost? This is not Lesotho. But it's now in an area that we know it's a tropical climate that is known as a warm sunshine city.
Yes.
Can you say the same now? You can't. So the shift fundamentally brings together the importance. Eastern Cape just had devastating rain that killed more than 500 people in one little zone. Torrential rain for 3 days.
Yes.
People dead. So the point I'm making is that climate change is no longer a rhetorical issue where people can just sit and say there's something called climate change, shift, whatever, global warming. No, it visits people in their lives. It torments families. It destroys people. And it becomes worse for us as a country where the levels of inequality are so stuck in front of us. You get people in KZN building on the banks of the rivers.
That's correct.
And what happens? They get wiped off in one day. So it's important that as we choose this topic, it's not about sitting here and theorize about this and that. It's to say, how do we build better? Can we build better, build infrastructure that will now resist this?
Yes.
So that as we go forward, as a region, we work together, we share policies, we share strategies, we commit our countries as parliaments to say budget for climate change, budget for phenomena like this. So you will no longer have to win advocacy about. We have gone far beyond advocating for climate change. It's real. It needs to be known that the weather phenomena has changed. So the more we adopt strategies like mitigation and adaptation, it has gone beyond abstract words. Everybody knows we don't know what will happen tomorrow in any. God forbid, we don't hope for the sea to visit us where we stay.
No. And with that, STP, of course, throughout our conversations, there has been a discussion regarding policy and how it does not meet implementation, right? Beyond the dialogue, beyond the engagement that is happening here, that happened at the P20, that happened at the G20 as well, what is it that Parliament of South Africa hopes to get in terms of actionables out of this engagement that's happening here in KwaZulu-Natal?
It's important in the sense that here we've got Southern Africa community, this SADC community is here. We have model laws around issues of climate change, which other parliaments we hope that they will be able to adopt. Some of the strategies we shared yesterday, we brought communities, Abahlali baseMjondolo were here, to say this is how we are involved to build resilience around these areas. We are now more persuaded that we can't build on floodplains. Secondly, you've got farmers who demonstrate to us the devastating impact of climate change around their livelihoods. You've got industries, manufacturing industry. Toyota was here to say this was the impact of the damaging impact of the floods that we also, this is what we do. You've got government departments that were sharing their strategies, how they monitor, they empower. You've got a municipality that is on the ground that says, we want to show you sites where we have actually built better. So we hope that when other parliaments walk back, they would appreciate that a multi-pronged strategy is very important to build resilience and a response plan that is effective, that is multi-stakeholder encompassing, that ensures that when governments go back, they look at their own laws, adapt those model laws, so at their own fiscal planning in line with their priorities, they know that there are communities who experience the devastating impact of the climate change, especially that its impact becomes so disproportionate to the poor. People who already stay in informal settlement, people who have no livelihoods. If it's lost, they are ruined. So we hope that when they go back, they will be able to appreciate the importance of collaboration, because government can't have answers only to this. If you bring private sector, you bring civil society, you bring communities, you are able to build on the agents of all players involved. So our parliament will do likewise to make sure that our commitments at a global stage, which we do, our commitments that we also do in the Paris Agreement, we progressively ensure that resources of the state, as we build new roads, we build new houses, they are climate resilient strategies that are embedded in the rebuilding. So we think other parliaments can also possibly do the same.
And of course, STP, your role is very unique in that you provide administrative support to members to ensure that they do their work effectively and efficiently. Now, in that, let's talk about how is it that Parliament, under your leadership, is equipping members with the data, with the research, to ensure that when they do get into these engagements, they are well equipped and well informed to make informed decisions for the very people that they represent in Parliament.
Well, as we know, Parliament is structured in terms of various committees. So each sector priority has got a committee. There will be a committee on environmental issues and climate change. There's a committee on water. There's a committee on housing, committee on health, police, army, all of that.
Yes.
So the whole structure of the country is in Parliament. So our duty is to make sure that we build a very strong research capability that is up to date, that is constantly vigilant on what is happening, that benchmarks, that peer reviews, so that each committee can be equipped with the latest data around any of the points where they need to make decisions. We've got content advisors, we've got researchers in Parliament, which for us is to make sure that they bring research that is relevant, not research that chases request, that please find out for me this. But proactive research stance that says, as our country commits to these issues, this is what we would want municipalities to implement. When we talk about adaptation and mitigation, like in this theme, what are the things to be mitigated? Does a municipality of ETHEKWINI have a common understanding with the municipality in Johannesburg about what must be mitigated? If we have to say adaptation, does every municipality in the country understand the language of adaptation? So that capacity is very important. Then you go to the province. You are responsible for roads, hospitals, and other things. What does adaptation mean to you in terms of your programs? Likewise, national departments, state departments, what does it mean? So when you have Parliament that has got sharp research capability, then it empowers members to do better. So in our strategy for 2029, which the 7th Parliament now that started last year, one of the key priorities is capacity building of members. So all of these interventions, they are aimed at empowering a member of Parliament to be better in terms of articulating things for people, to act consistently on behalf of the people, to be vigilant in terms of the mandate of a Parliament, to play oversight over the executive decision, to promote public participation, and promulgate laws that are in the best interest of the country, and also protects the vulnerable all the time. So the context of capacity building around this issue speaks to that intention to empower members to do better.
And in the wake of all these disasters that are happening around us, STP, what lessons then has Parliament's administration learned about its own business in ensuring there's continuity in planning and how it's adapting to ensure that the function of oversight and accountability of the executive is still done despite everything that has happened?
It's important to have an administration that is activist-oriented, not an administration that pushes papers. The administration of Parliament that I'm building is an administration that must be led by an army of disciplined activists administratively who do not respond to issues on the basis of a self-belief that we've got the answers. So we need to have officials that understand the value of collaboration, the value of partnership, to understand that Parliament itself doesn't sit with answers, nor does it sit with wisdom. The wisdom sits with somebody at Abahlali Basemjondolo that you must call in your public participation and say, what are the things we can do better on oversight? The wisdom lies with people who sleep on the street in Cape Town and organize those people in such a way that you speak to their own formations and say, Parliament passes laws on behalf of homeless children, homeless people. What can we do better to make sure that we legislate and we budget for these unfortunate realities? Parliament must speak to farm workers.
Yes.
So when you have officials who are researchers who are not going to go and say, I'm going to research on Google, they must go to Stellenbosch farm that produces apples and ask the conditions of farm workers. Are you working in better conditions? What can be done better? And.
Yes, yes.
So that's why in Parliament we now have youth Parliament. We've got women Parliament. We need to go to all sectors of society so that we can see people that we do not hold answers to everything, but Parliament is Parliament of the people. So the more we have officials who are activist-oriented, who will know that the answers we must provide to members of Parliament must be alive to things happening on the ground, so that we can improve the quality of governance in our country every day. And that's the kind of Parliament I would like to see from the officials of Parliament.
And of course, STP, we should look beyond the week that is happening right now with all these engagements. How is it that the parliamentary administration is going to ensure that the decisions that are made in this engagement, the resolutions, that momentum is carried out within the South African Parliament, within its committees, and obviously felt on the ground by the people of South Africa?
From the outcome of this, the SADC Secretariat would obviously consolidate a report to make sure that our Parliament delegation, led by the Speaker with all the other members of the SADC, these reports then they will find expressions in the relevant committees of Parliament that deal with climate change, so that those committees are seized with commitments that they need to monitor, not only within SADC, but we are also a member of the Pan-African Parliament. So it enriches Parliament positions whenever we advocate in various platforms, whether it is in IPU, International Parliamentary Union, or we do it with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, CPA. We have a consistent championing of our country positions from our parliamentarians. So the first platform going back is to report so that the PGIR, the Parliamentary Group on International Relations, receives the outcome of this report. Again, our delegates receive the execution plan for some of the commitments, so that in different other platforms, we sustain advocacy around these matters, but it also equips members when they receive budgets and plans from the relevant departments. They are now in a better perspective to say, show us, Ministry of Human Settlement, you were here, you committed to this. What are your resilient strategies when you now build for people? They will do the same for land and agriculture. They will do the same for Ministry of Transport. You're going to build new roads or upgrade. What are the resilient strategies that would make sure that we have adaptation to build better as we go forward? So that's the context that you build the capacity of members so that they can vigilantly execute oversight, being armed by these policy positions that reflects the homogeneity of countries in terms of what they do, but model laws then bring consistency around the framing of issues.
And SCP, just lastly, for people at home, what is your takeaway message to them, the people that are grappling with the impact of these disasters at the moment? I know just about an hour ago in Pietermaritzburg, there's a hailstorm. There's been level 4 warnings that have been happening throughout the country. What is the takeaway message from the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa?
It's important for all arms of government, the judiciary, the legislature, and Parliament, all of us to play their role in terms of ensuring that all the time we execute our work effectively in each of the respective mandates. Ours is to pass laws that would protect people, that will advance the interest of the country, but that also champions us, positions us as a champion of global commitments. That's what our Parliament must do. Vigilantly exercise oversight, bring the people in the equation, but likewise, within the 3 spheres of government, national, province, local, if we act together collaboratively, the impact we can make is much more. So that by the time we go to the people that are now sitting with all these warnings, for people to have level of alertness, to pick up issues, but also to cooperate in such a way that we don't have examples where people they will receive these advices and warnings. Please do not build on flood plains because chances of you being wiped by a flood are high,
Yes.
running water. When you have people who cooperate, it makes the work much better. So that we don't count a whole family being wiped out by floods. There's nobody remaining in the family. And this tragedy could have been avoided had there been better cooperation. So there's a better part of advocacy by various state actors, whether municipality, province, and NGO. We would like to see that. On the one hand, better acknowledgement by people that government can say move elsewhere, and it had no best intention about you. So those issues is about building capacity of people to see that it doesn't have to impact you negatively for you to learn that this is a dangerous zone to be. So partnership all the time can always take us 3 steps forward.
And I cannot let you go until I ask you this, STP. It's literally on Twitter. They're asking, will we be having SONA in 2027 in the National Assembly?
We will definitely have SONA in the National Assembly 2027 February. We are building a new parliament. It's exciting what is happening. By February, people will begin to see visually what will be coming up. And then by March, more changes, April, May, until we complete the rebuilding of Parliament in December next year. And hopefully by February, as we say, we will open the next State of the Nation address in a new Parliament of South Africa that would, for the first time, represent the values of a post-democratic, of a post-apartheid Parliament that has now been built to represent all the people of South Africa in all our diversities.
Thank you so much for making the time, STP.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And of course, that was the Secretary to Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Xolile George, giving us a comprehensive overview of the logistics and the plannings that had to do with the Sadc-Pf that is being held here in Durban. Of course, also giving us some overview in terms of administration. How is it they're equipping members to ensure that they make informed decision for you at home? And of course, guaranteeing us that we will be having the SONA in 2027 in the National Assembly, which is being rebuilt at the moment. You're watching Parliament TV with a special live broadcast of the 58th Plenary Assembly of the Sadc-Pf. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, and to those who just joined us at home, you are watching Parliament TV, and we're coming to you live from on channel 408 on the DSTV bouquet. And we are at the Durban Umhlanga Coastlands Hotel and Conference Center. It is the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And of course, earlier on, you had Tsepo having a conversation, great conversation there with the Secretary to Parliament, and also touching on the rebuilding of Parliament, which we expect to start seeing some results from the beginning of next year as the Parliament building will slowly but slowly start going up. But we expect completion, of course, by 2027.
Which is quite significant, Teminkosi, because even with the Sadc-Pf, we're talking restoration, we're talking ensuring that people's lives are bettered, right? And in that regard, let's remind you why we're here. The theme for the Sadc-Pf, which is the 58th Plenary Assembly session, like Teminkosi mentioned, is the impact of climate change on women and youth in the Sadc region and the role of Parliament in climate change mitigation and adaptation. And of course, we've had multiple conversations here on Parliament TV where we've emphasized that the issue of climate change is not just environmental, it is social and it is also economic.
And as we're sitting here in Durban today, we know even here the weather is not looking so good, but we know in other parts of the country there's been severe thunderstorms in cities like Pretoria and Johannesburg, and there's quite a number of floods as we have seen from the social media platforms. But just to bring you back to what to expect next, when the members return, we'll be looking at the third motion for the day, which is the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment. And of course, we expect that the chairperson tables that report, Honorable Ruth Mendes, and it is to be seconded by Honorable Dumelang Saleshando, who's one of the committee members.
And of course, another motion for adoption is of the report of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Climate Action. And the mover of this motion is Honorable Celo Jele, who is a committee member, and the seconder is Honorable Ntomvuyo Mente, who is also a committee member, of which, Temingos, I think it's quite profound, because we've always been saying that this is not just an environmental issue. It echoes into economic issues as well. It echoes into perpetuating socioeconomic issues such as poverty, such as unemployment, such as healthcare facilities, because when floods and disasters such as this happen, things like hospitals, important infrastructure like hospitals, get washed away. And when you talk about restoration, when you talk about improving people's lives and ensuring that they're vacated from these places, you have to have those places of emergency that will provide these services.
And of course, Tsepo, we know that the most affected people are always women and the youth. Women, children, and the youth, because they are the most vulnerable ones and they are the most affected ones by these disasters and events that are currently taking place in our country. But the fifth motion that we can expect to see being adopted is the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, which we also expect to be adopted today. And as you can see, the proceedings are about to begin. The president of the SADC Parliamentary Forum just took the platform.
And of course, we can expect more reports to be discussed and to be adopted by the SADC Parliamentary Forum. This is the 58th Plenary Assembly that is taking place in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, as we face a lot of climate change issues. Let's take you there and let's have a listen.
Can we give the floor to you, Honorable Speaker?
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your consideration. My name is Sarah Kubongirwa Madira. I'm the Speaker of the National Assembly of Namibia. I wanted to add my voice to support the report on governance and fighting corruption. And I just wanted to add that it's very important for us to address illicit outflows that comes especially from our natural resources to the global north, as part of our anti-corruption fighting. Without that, I think we will not be able to address the impact of corruption on our economies. To ensure that the perpetrators are prosecuted, including those who are paying bribes, those who are avoiding taxes, that the flows out of the illicit flows are returned to our countries, and that we have cross-border cooperation amongst ourselves, and that crimes committed online involving monies that flows out of our region are also somehow brought back to the region. This is all that I wanted to say. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Third order. I want just to remind you for 1 hour. The Secretary General shall read the third word of the day.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment.
Motion for adopting of the report of the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment by Honorable Ruth Mendet, Chairperson of the Committee.
Senhor Presidente, proponho à 58ª Assembleia Plenária a adoção do relatório da Comissão Permanente de Comércio, Indústria, Finanças
e Investimento, na justificação que it was made yesterday. Muito obrigado. Podemos apoiar esse ponto. Só não foi adotado. Excelência Presidente do Botswana. Which one? Qual
Alexandre from Botswana, and I'll be seconding. Thank you.
We are happy to have you on the front, Honorable Speaker. I call upon the Chairperson, Honorable Ruth Mendet, to present the report.
Senhor Presidente, passo, senhores.
Of the Parliament, the Sadc here present, and the chiefs, and I present all of you. I'll present here the report from the Commission, the investment. I will ask everyone, por favor, que possam ver o... I will present aqui the point 1 and 2, and I will present also the second part of the 5th point and the conclusions. The report has been composed by, or it has been structured, and the first is a composition of the Commission, and also the leaders are given. And the third, the fourth, it's the liberation of the recommendations given, and number 5 are the conclusions. The meeting for the conclusions.
The meeting on the Standing Committee on Trade, Finance and Investment was attended by its members listed in the Appendix 1 and employees, and the speakers listed in the Appendices 2 and 3 with regards to the mandate, terms of office of the meeting. The TIFI Standing Committee held its meeting on 30 and 31st October at Premier Hotel in Johannesburg, its statutory meeting on the theme Strengthening the Role of Parliamentarians in Advocating for Signing, Ratification, Accession, Transposition, Domestication and Implementation of SADC Protocol. The meeting was part of the Standing Committee session in preparation for the 58th Plenary Assembly and included a joint session of all Sadc-Pf standing committees. 3, background. The TIFI committee requested the SADC Secretariat to conduct a thorough review of the relevant SADC protocols to ascertain the status of implementation. The committee discussed the status of signature, accession, ratification, domestication, and implementation of key SADC protocols and instruments, with particular emphasis on the Protocol on Trade, Finance and Investment 2006, Industry 2019, and Facilitation of Movements of Persons 2005. These protocols are fundamental to the pursuit of economic integration in the region, as they promote harmonized policies and legislation, strengthen cross-border collaboration, and support the development of regional value chains. Collectively, they contribute to the creation of a larger and more competitive regional market that is attractive to domestic and foreign investment. The current economic framework of SADC requires sound and comprehensive policies to address persistent challenges, including high unemployment and vulnerabilities of cross-border traders. The adoption of the SADC protocol facilitates the development and integration of small and medium-sized enterprises into the wider economy by improving access to finance, enhancing skills and development, and increasing market opportunities. Given the SME are the backbone of all modern economies. In addition, the harmonization of tax regimes and the introduction of specific tax incentives are key to attracting foreign investment, thereby helping to bridge existing financing gaps and to protect the region from the current global economic shocks. I apologize. I am trying to avoid reading the entire document. I apologize. I think I left a piece of my document at my desk. Thank you very much, and once again, I apologize. Meanwhile, the SADC Protocol on Finance and Investment of 2006 and affirming that the SADC Protocol on Finance and Investment adopted in 2006, which came into effort in 2006, promotes a climate of robust economic system in the region, supporting a more profound economic integration, and recognizing that the protocol seeks to promote financial policies and investment among member states and motivate transboundary investment and capital flow and macroeconomic convergence and strengthening of cooperation among central banks, the Ministry of Finance, and agencies of investment, and strengthening regional cooperation through macroeconomic frameworks in a coordinated manner, recognizing that the protocol was ratified by some of the member states, except the URT, Seychelles, and Comoros, and observing that even though Madagascar and the URT have signed the protocol at the time of its adoption in 2006, they have not yet submitted the instruments of ratification, and Seychelles had withdrawn from SADC at the time. They did not participate in the signing of the instrument, noting that Article 4 on public-private partnerships forces member states to cooperate in the areas of policies to motivate the engagement of partnerships, of public partnerships in the region, and recognizing that the protocol emphasizes the importance of FDI with Article 3 of Annex 1 requiring member states to promote entrepreneurship in industry conducive to attracting FDI, and Article 4 of Annex 3 guiding member states to collaborate in developing a regional framework for tax incentives to attract more FDI to the region. The TIFI Standing Committee decided to recommend the following actions to this plenary assembly. With regards to the protocol on trade in goods, recommend that member state parliaments prioritize and push for the ratification of pending instruments, amendments, and annexes, including those related to trading services, custom cooperation, and industrialization, such as one-stop border posts, in order to ensure full participation and compliance at the regional level. Call on parliaments to strengthen their oversight of the executive commitments by demanding timely reporting on signed but not ratified protocol and annexes, thereby promoting accountability and transparency in regional processes. Encourage parliamentary debates, specific information sessions, and MP training sessions on the benefits and obligations of the protocol and its annexes in terms of content in order to support evidence-based decision-making prior to ratification. Urge parliaments to align national legislation with Article 3 of the Protocol on the elimination of non-tariff barriers to intra-SADC trade. Call on member states to integrate the provisions of the protocol into their national development plans, ensuring that trade liberalization, competitiveness, and industrial development objectives are reflected in the national economic trade policies. Urge member states to integrate gender and youth dimensions into their implementation frameworks, ensuring that the domestic policies arising from the protocol promote, include trade, and enhance the participation of women and the youth in trade and entrepreneurship. Mandate the SADC Parliamentary Forum to work with the SADC Executive Secretariat to strengthen the monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of the protocol and to report regularly to parliaments on progress, challenges, and compliance, including adherence to Article 7 on quantitative import restriction and Article 8 on quantitative export restrictions. For robust parliamentary oversight and to ensure that member states do not impose restrictive trade quota contrary to the provisions of the protocol. With regards to SADC protocol on industry, urge parliaments to prioritize the ratification of the convention and its amendments in their legislative calendars, recognizing its strategic importance for advancing industrialization and economic transformation in the region. Encourage parliaments to strengthen awareness and political will by actively collaborating with relevant ministries, private sector representatives, and civil society stakeholders to raise awareness of the objectives, obligations, and benefits of the protocol, thereby promoting national consensus and political commitment to its ratification. Encourage parliaments to conduct audits of laws and policies prior to ratification, requesting assessments of national industrial policies and laws to identify areas requiring alignment with the protocol, ensuring effective preparation for implementation. Encourage inclusive consultative processes with parliaments, promoting broad consultations with key stakeholders, including industry associations, the SMEs, and women and youth-led enterprises for the purpose of ownership and support for the ratification of the protocol. Further encourage greater parliamentary oversight of the executive through trade, industry, and regional integration committees, doing so in a sustained manner to ensure that the executive moves swiftly through the ratification process and submits the necessary instruments for parliamentary approval. With regards to facilitation of movements of persons, reaffirm the importance of safeguarding national sovereignty and security considerations, recognizing that some member states fear that the full implementation of the protocol could trigger uncontrolled migration, security vulnerabilities, labor market imbalances, or increased pressure on social service systems. Urge SADC Parliamentary Forum to work in collaboration with the SADC Secretariat and the development partners in empowering parliaments to advocate for the harmonization of migration and border management policies, which currently vary greatly among member states, with a view to removing administrative barriers and accelerating the pursuit of free movement of persons in the region. Encourage parliaments and member states to allocate budgetary resources to address administrative and infrastructural gaps, including to identify verification systems, integrated border management, one-stop border posts, and better management of migration data. Encourage member states to implement Article 3C of the protocol, which recommends the establishment of a specific SADC counter at each of the main points of entry of the state parties in order to facilitate coordinated processing and improve the movement of persons. Urge parliaments to conduct national consultations and awareness campaigns to clarify the economic, social, and human rights benefits of the protocol, thereby promoting informed public discourse and strengthening national support for its ratification and implementation. with regards to SADC protocol on finance and investment to encourage Parliament to harmonize policies and laws with the objective of the protocol, with emphasis on Article 19, which aims to transform the region into a coherent investment zone, promoting competitiveness, stability, and investors' confidence. Call on member state parliaments to advocate for the harmonization of tax policies to strengthen cooperation on taxation, including the development of tax incentives guidelines and the creation of a regional tax base in order to avoid harmful tax competition and ensure fair investment opportunities across the region. In conclusion, the ratification and domestication of the SADC protocols and their amendments are essential for the development of an integrated, inclusive, and competitive regional economy. The ratification and full implementation of the SADC protocol on trade and its amendments are particularly important for deepening regional integration, improving market access, triggering value addition to the region's essential minerals, and positioning the SADC region as a green energy hub. Therefore, parliaments have a constitutional and development obligation to ensure that these instruments are effectively translated into national frameworks that promote industrial growth, job creation, and sustainable economic transformation through a robust oversight, legislative harmonization, and interparliamentary cooperations. SADC parliaments can accelerate the realization of a regional industrialization and trade agenda. Mr. President, I move that the report is adopted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Roots. We have 30 minutes for seconder plus debate. Yes, I now allow the seconder, Honorable Saleh Chandou, member of the committee, to present his seconding speech. Honorable, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. or rather, Honorable President. To make life easy for you, I want to propose that I summarize the statement for seconding the speech and allow a little bit more time than we would ordinarily get for the debate. I am a member of the committee. We normally just abbreviate it to TIFI, Trade, Industry, Finance, and Investment. Indeed, the committee did meet, as was presented by the chairperson who came before me. The committee deliberated on issues that should find consensus amongst all members of Parliament on the need for the region to move with quicker pace on issues of regional trade. We talked to the protocols on trade, the protocol on industry, on investment, and on the movement of persons. Unfortunately, the reality is that a number of our parliaments are lagging behind when it comes to ratification, when it comes to domestication, and even when those that have indeed ratified and domesticated, implementation continues to be a big problem. problem. I think, colleagues, we must appreciate that without implementation, the good protocols remain nothing but a bouncing check for the people we represent. They represent what I and the committee consider to be a lost opportunity for increasing trade amongst ourselves. And the logic behind these protocols, it's simple. Open up trade. Make it easy to trade amongst ourselves. Help each other to move up the value chain. Don't be an exporter as a region of unprocessed goods. That is really the thrust of it. And if you open up for trade, if you move up the valuation, the value chain, it allows for employment creation that addresses the deep problems that we are all facing of unemployment, particularly unemployment of our youth, which is what one speaker talked about, the demographic dividend, which threatens to become the demographic ticking time bomb. So with those few remarks, Mr. President, this is a report about a call to action, about putting our money where our mouth is. It urges us to match our political rhetoric with legislative commitment, because it is us in this room, through our oversight function, who can get our respective governments moving on increasing trade amongst ourselves. With these few remarks, I second the motion, and I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I shall now allow a debate on the motion. Members who wish to debate shall indicate it by showing of hands. Honorable members, you are reminded that for purpose of correct verbatim recording, you should allow introduce yourself by your name and the country whenever you give the floor to speaker. Honorable from Mozambique. After Mozambique is Eswatini and South Africa and Mozambique again and Namibia. Is there some?
Muito.
We want to make sure that every honorable is here. We have 30 minutes.
Is it two from?
One more.
Now it's okay?
It's okay. Now it's okay.
Thank you. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Honorable President of SADC Parliamentary Forum, Your Excellencies. May we consider all protocol observed. May I first say I am Honorable Member Makuyani from the Mozambique Parliament. I am a member of this committee. First of all, I would like to express my support for the adoption of the report. First of all, I would like to indicate that when we make reference to one-stop border post, our country is already implementing the one-stop border post with Malawi at the 30 province, as well as one-stop border post with South Africa. And also, I would like to pose a question relating to the fear of some countries to accept free movement of persons in full. If some parliaments fear that free movement of persons, even though they have adopted the report, they still have some fear. So the SADC Parliamentary Forum needs to find ways to address those fears by some countries regarding the free movement of persons, because such a movement of persons is of extremely importance. Mozambique has made significant progress. It has abolished visa requirements to SADC member states. That means as a state, we are already implementing the protocol of movement of persons. I would like to indicate that all these protocols are essential to ensure regional integration of all our countries. However, it is necessary that each member state should comply with these protocols. It is also important that SADC Parliamentary Forum members should continue to provide oversight with regards to the implementation of this very same protocol. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Now we are going to give the floor to Honorable from Estonia. Eswatini, yes. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I also write on the protocol that has been established in this House. Honorable President and my colleagues, I am Michael Masilela from Eswatini. Mr. President, I want to confirm that I'm also a member of this committee. We've discussed some issues in terms of the protocols and the treaties, which is correct. And we looked at maybe probabilities of enhancing trade also in the SADC region. That will probably give us an impact in our economic growth and development. And hence we looked at improving the infrastructure, of which we said at least we encourage countries to upgrade transport networks, borders, and logistics to reduce cost and increase efficiency. Mr. President, we also discussed the issues to streamline customs procedures and reduce the bureaucracy to facilitate trade. We also encourage countries to look at industries to integrate and collaborate across borders by creating jobs and opportunities. We also looked at we also say that we must invest in skills development, which will be the upskill workers to meet industry demands and boost competitiveness. We also said, Mr. President, let's create a leverage technology to facilitate cross-border e-commerce and digital services. Mr. President, lastly, we said encouraging each country, we thought that we must give you a word of the day to say an individual can never start living without rising above the challenges. I so submit.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable. Now we are going to give the floor to the Honorable from Zimbabwe.
Vou dar o floor ao Excelência de Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Ms. Mugomo. I represent Parliament of Zimbabwe. Mr. President, may I also write on the protocol that has been observed? Mr. President, Zimbabwe has demonstrated commitment to regional integration through its engagement with the key SADC protocols and instruments. The country signed and ratified the SADC Protocol on Trade in 1996, which has been domesticated through national trade policies and customs reforms, supporting tariff liberalization and intra-regional commerce. Zimbabwe also acceded to and ratified the SADC Protocol on Finance Investment 2006, aligning its financial and investment frameworks with regional standards to attract capital and enhance economic cooperation. In addition, Zimbabwe signed the SADC Protocol on Industry 2019 and is in the process of domesticating its provision to strengthen industrialization and value chain development. With regards to the SADC Protocol on the Facilitation of Movement of Persons, 2005, Zimbabwe signed the instrument but has not yet ratified it, reflecting ongoing national consultation on migration management and sovereignty concerns. Overall, Zimbabwe continues to implement and monitor these protocols, balancing regional commitments with the domestic priorities to advance trade investment, industrialization, and people-to-people mobility. Mr. President, following the ratification and domestication of the SADC Protocol on Trade in 1996, Zimbabwe has integrated gender sensitivity provisions into international trade policies, including support for women and youth-owned enterprises through preferential access to markets, training, and financing. And in line with the SADC Protocol on Finance and Investment 2006, Zimbabwe has promoted inclusive investment frameworks by encouraging youth entrepreneurship and women's participation frameworks, women's participation in financial services supported by targeted credit schemes and capacity building initiatives. With respect to SADC Protocol on Industry 2019, Zimbabwe is aligning its industrialization strategies with gender.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Now we are going to give the floor to...
Oh, thank you, Mr. President.
I'm sorry. Really, I'm sorry. I apologize. We are going to give the floor to Honorable from South Africa.
Mr. President, honorable members, today I stand before you to support the adoption of the Standing Committee report. But let me preface my statement by joining my esteemed colleagues in acknowledging the commendable stride that the Sadc-Pf Secretariat have made in developing a few model laws, including Sadc Model Law on Prison Oversight. The Prison Oversight Model Law acknowledged that the independent oversight of correctional centers is essential for credible and effective monitoring. It further points out that the oversight bodies must have unrestricted access to facilities and inmates, independent funding, premises, and control over their processes. They should set their priorities and reporting frameworks. Moreover, effective oversight requires regular monitoring supported by the accurate recording of observations, findings, and recommendations. Moreover, let me join my esteemed Sadc-Pf fellow members in underscoring the importance of signing, accession, ratification, domestication, and implementation of key SADC protocols and instruments, such in the 1996 SADC Protocol on Trade 1996, the 2006 SADC Protocol on Finance and Investment, and 2019 SADC Protocol in Industry 2019. Indeed, these protocols play an indispensable role in harnessing and advancing economic integration in our region. But having said all the above, Mr. President, honorable members, South Africa agrees with proposals and recommendations contained in the report, particularly on the following: prioritizing ratification of outstanding instruments, amendment, annexures, including those relating to trade and services, custom cooperation, industrialization such as one-stop border posts to ensure full regional participation and compliance, strengthening the oversight of the executive commitments by requiring timely submission of reports on signed but unratified protocols and annexes, thereby promoting accountability and transparency in regional processes, urging parliamentarians to align national legislation with Article 3 of protocols on the elimination of non-tariff barriers to intra-SADC trade, calling upon members and parliamentarians to advocate for the harmonization of tax policies to strengthen cooperation on taxation, including the development of guidelines of tax incentives and the establishment of regional tax database to prevent harmful tax competition and ensure equitable investment opportunities across the region. Lastly, as South Africa, we acknowledge and support the call for enhancing the role of parliamentarians in advocating for the signing, ratification, domestication, and implementation of SADC protocols. Honorable President, let us recognize that Parliament is not a passive actor in regional integration. We are drivers of progress. We are custodians of commitments. We are the bridge between regional aspiration and national implementation. As such, South Africa will commit to reaffirm our Parliament will actively follow the pending SADC protocols, will strengthen our oversight to ensure implementation, will demand report from executive on treaty obligations, will work with progressive civil society, not the imperialist sponsored civil society, academia and regional bodies to promote understanding of SADC instruments, will ensure domestication process are timely, consultative, and effective. I thank you, Mr. President and members. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable. 5 minutes.
No, 3 minutes.
Yeah. Now we are going to give the floor to Honorable from Namibia.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable President. I stand to seek to contribute from Namibia. Honorable President, with the withdrawal of trade facilitation programs and review of such aids, often weaponized, it is of extreme importance that Africa, starting with our region of SADC, fast-track trade amongst ourselves through Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Commitment is needed not only from some, but all member states. Inasmuch as we seek foreign direct investment from outside of Africa to boost our economies, it will be in our best interest to look internally, to trade amongst ourselves as Africans. We should stand firm, hold tight to our resources, look into value addition to avoid the trending situation of raw materials or minerals exploitation under the guise of favor and employment for Africans. Africa, SADC in particular, should commit to protocol ratification, for as it's known, commitment holds the key to economic transformation and thus a guard against exploitation and avoidance of future sanctions, withdrawal of aids, and economic growth programs that are used as neocolonialism tools to maintain grip and control on African resources. Ratification is the key we have. And Honorable President, honorable members, as I come to an end, I would like to state the following. It should not sit right for Africans to be restricted on utilization of own resources, while the non-Africans keep them in reserves and empower their economies and people at the expense of the resources owners. Let our resources work for ourselves as we promote trade amongst ourselves. I support the adoption of this report, Honorable President and honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we are going to give the floor to Namibia again, the speaker.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable President. I am Sadc-Pf, Speaker of the National Assembly, Namibia. I support the adoption of the report, as my colleague has done. I note with concern the low level of ratification and domestication of the protocol in our member states, And I wanted to establish whether there is any indication as to what the cause of that is, so that we are empowered to deal with it and achieve a higher uptake of the ratification and domestication of the protocol. That is one. Secondly, I want to highlight the importance of ensuring that our protocols would promote shared growth and development amongst all the member states by promoting cross-border economic cooperation, especially value chain development across the borders, and addressing the anti-competitive market conduct that would make us feel more like competitors instead of a community that can prosper together. I think that's very, very important. If we cannot address that, I think the competition will become negative competition to a point that we compete down instead of upwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We are going to give the floor to Honorable from Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in supporting the report on trade and industry, allow me to briefly share what Zambia has done in this regard. We have domesticated the SADC protocol on trade, that was in 1996, and aligned the national trade and customs legislation. In the same vein, Zambia has implemented and aligned the tariff reductions rules of origin and customs procedures with the regional framework. Integrated, in the quest to ensure domestication of the SADC protocol on trade, Zambia has done the following. One, integrated the provisions of the SADC protocol on trade into its domestic legal framework, primarily through the Customs and Excise Act and related statutory instruments. Two, implemented phased tariff reductions on goods originating from other SADC member states in line with the protocol's schedule. Three, applied the SADC rules on origin to determine which goods qualify for preferential trade treatment under the free trade area. Four, continued to harmonize customs procedures and documentation with SADC standards while facilitating smoother cross-border trade, as is the case where one-stop border posts are being implemented, and measures such as simplified border procedures and transit arrangements have been adopted to comply with the protocol. Mr. President, with these few remarks, I wish to lend my full support to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Zimbabwe, Honorable from Zimbabwe. So I give the floor to Madagascar.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I share the interest of the deliberations when it comes to regional integration. But a country like Madagascar needs some protection, some degree of protection. We don't really export towards Africa. We don't really trade with Africa. And there are some doubts and concerns because trade could be unilateral. This would lead Madagascar to lose a lot of jobs and to close many companies, many SMEs. So I would like to express some reservations regarding that motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I put the question that the report of the Standing Committee on the Trade, Industrial, Finance and Investment be adopted. Are there any objections? Yes. Thank you. The report of the Standing Committee on the Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment is duly adopted. Fourth order, the Secretary General shall read the fourth order of the day.
Standing Committee, motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Climate Action.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Climate Action, Honorable Cecilo Jele, Committee Member.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to move that the 58th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Climate Action laid on the table on the 2nd December 2025. I beg to move, Mr. President.
I shall now allow the seconder, Honorable Dombo Vuyo Mente. Committee member.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon to all the members. I, Dombo Vuyo Mente, second the mover on the motion for the adoption of the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Law Oversight and Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Climate Action as moved by Honorable Members.
I call upon Honorable Zili to present the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will first start with the composition of the committee, which is in the annexure on page 6. I won't go in details on that. I will hastily go into the composition of the Standing Committee on Food and Agriculture, Natural Resource and Climate Action, which is abbreviated as FANRCA. The Standing Committee on Food and Agriculture, Natural Resource and Climate Action was composed of the members as contained in Annex 1. The list of officials and resource persons who attended the meeting is contained in Annex 2 and 3 respectively. Given that both the chairperson and the vice chairperson from Zambia were unavoidably absent, in accordance with the Rule 39.2 of the Rules of Procedures, the committee designated Honorable Stilo Chele Eswatini as the chairperson. Mr. President, the specific terms of reference for the Food and Agriculture, Natural Resources, Climate Action Standing Committee are set out in Rule 42D of the Rules of Procedures of the Standing of the Sadc-Pf. The committee convened in its statutory meeting on the 30th to the 31st October 2025 at the Prima or Tambo Hotel in Johannesburg, South Africa. The meeting was convened under the theme Enhancing the Role of Parliamentarians in Advocating for the Signing, Ratification, Accession, and Domestication, Implementation of the Sadc Protocol. The meeting formed part of the Standing Committee session for the 58th Plenary Assembly, which include a joint sitting of all Sadc-Pf Standing Committee. May I, Mr. President, give a background? The committee convened to deliberate on the status of the Sadc Energy Protocol of 1996 as amended in 2021, focusing on strategies to strengthen parliamentary advocacy for its ratification, accession, and domestication and implementation. The discussion highlighted a critical implementation gap that while the reversed Sadc Protocol and Energy in 2023 has been signed by only 10 member states, being Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Others, such as Comoros and DRC Seychelles, have yet to ascend to the 1996 protocol, and Mauritius and South Africa are yet to sign it. This is in combat by the regional power deficit of approximately 4,200 megawatts, despite Angola having a surplus of 2,000 megawatts, and countries such as Angola, Malawi, Tanzania, and remaining unconnected to the regional power pool. Furthermore, the region's energy mix remains a challenge, with coal accounting for 59% of power generation, hindering decarbonization efforts. An estimated $250 billion is required to achieve universal energy access by 2030, emphasizing the scale of investment needed to address aging infrastructure, integrate renewable, and reverse the trend of growing urban-rural energy inequality that is impending regional energy self-sufficiency. Mr. President, in summary of the deliberations and recommendations to the Plenary Assembly, the following presentation of the Sadc Energy Protocol and Energy Landscape in the Sadc region by the resource person and the deliberations that followed, the committee made the following observations and recommendations to the 58th Plenary Assembly. The Sadc Protocol Energy, whereas the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Climate Action convened to explore the catalyst role of energy security in development under the theme Enhancing the Role of the Parliamentarian in Advocating for the Signing, Ratification, Accession, Domestication, and Implementation of the Sadc Protocol. Mr. President, in recognizing the central role of energy in achieving the sustainable development goals and the critical importance of parliamentary oversight in ensuring universal energy access, we noted that the region's immensely energy potential include abundance and renewable resources and critical minerals, yet concerned that persistent challenges, including a 56% electricity access rate and a significant power deficit, hinders regional development. Mr. President, the committee observed with concern that the pace of signing and ratifying and ascending the reversed SADC Protocol on Energy 2023 and its procedures remains lowly among several member states. 2. The critical regional energy projects such as the Inga Hydro Project and the regional power pool lack full participation from the member state. 3. Aging infrastructure, heavy reliance on coal and lack of policy harmonization impede the transition to a sustainable and secured energy future. 4. The significant financial investment is required to achieve regional energy targets and address increasing energy inequality. Mr. President, acknowledging the indispensable role of parliamentarians in providing oversight, enhancing legislation, and approving resources to drive the regional energy agenda. Now, therefore, the committee resolved to recommend that the 58th Plenary Assembly should therefore urge national parliaments through relevant portfolios, select committees to exercise their legislative authority by prioritizing the ratification of all outstanding SADC Energy Protocol and enacting domestic legislation. Informed by the regional model laws to domesticate their provisions and harmonize policies for a just energy transition, we also call upon national parliamentarians through the relevant select committee to intensify their oversight mandate to scrutinize the executive implementation of the energy protocol monitoring process on connecting to the regional power pool and ensure accountability for achieving national and regional energy targets. We also encourage national parliamentarians through the Select Committee on Energy and Budget Finance and other relevant committees to utilize their budgetary power to approve appropriate strategic investment in regional energy infrastructure, renewable energy sources, and grid modernization while creating an enabling environment to climate finance and public-private partnership. Mr. President, we also need to enjoin the Sadc-Pf Secretariat to accelerate the development of critical model laws and robust monitoring framework and strengthened collaboration with regional bodies to build parliamentary capacity for effective advocacy and oversight of the energy sector. Mr. President, we also strongly encourage national parliament to actively engage in regional platforms such as the 2026 SADC Sustainable Energy Week to share best practice and champion policy harmonization for regional energy scrutiny and integration. In conclusion, Mr. President, we as the Standing Committee for Food, Agriculture, Natural Resource and Climate Action urge strengthened collaboration between the Sadc-Pf Secretariat, national parliaments, and regional and international partners to advance the development of model laws, promote renewable energy investment, and ensure the effective domestication and oversight of SADC energy-related protocols. In light of the region's growing energy, climate, and development demands, we further call upon member states to actively engage with and implement these frameworks and to participate fully in regional platforms such as the 2026 SADC Sustainable Energy Week to drive, harmonize, sustainable, and people-centered energy transition across the region. We need to reinforce the authority of regional instruments, including the Sadc-Energy Protocol, to promote the implementation of sustainable energy policy, regulation, and standards to promote regional integration and to foster regional trade in clean energy in the Sadc region. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I shall now call the seconder, Honorable Tombovuyo Mente, committee member, to present seconding the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Allow me to stand on all the protocols established as they have been observed by this House. And it will be amiss of me to not greet our Honorable South African Speaker, who is the great host of this 58th Parliamentary Forum. Mr. President, I rise with a profound sense of duty and agency to second the motion for the adoption of this critical report from the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Climate Action. I commend the interim chairperson and his leadership, Honorable Sicelo Jele, and the entire committee for their diligent work in producing a document that in itself is a clarion call for the decisive parliamentary action. The theme of this report is enhancing the role of parliamentarians in advocating for the signing, the ratification, and the accession, as well as the domestication and implementation of SADC protocols. Is particularly instructive. We gather not as isolated countries, but we are a national delegates, but as the parliamentary arm of a community bound by shared destiny. The SADC protocol on energy, which was under scrutiny by our committee, is a stark statement to the gap between our collective aspirations and our collective action. A very painful reminder that we are indeed nothing without each other. We are indeed nothing without each other's support and the progressive integration as well as the sustainable development. These facts are laid bare by the committee are sobering, and we must not look away. While our region grapples with a crippling power deficit of 4,200 megawatts, we have member states with surplus energy yet to be connected to the regional grid. This is not a failure of resources, it is a failure of integration and as well as making sure that we're all integrated in all aspects. As SADC, we do agree that we need energy mix and we also need clean generation energy means. We, however, also of the view that responsible nations for the emissions must take full responsibility. As things stand, the coal dominates energy in our region, and that coal domination is also a source of employment for many of the households in our region. Most critically, while we possess a revised, robust energy protocol designed to address these challenges, its journey from paper to practice remains painfully incomplete, as we have heard that this started in 1996. Baba Nelson Mandela was still there at the time. The delay in signing ratification and accession by several member states, including South Africa, is a bottleneck we can no longer afford. Mr. President, this is where our power, our true parliamentary power, must be activated. This report correctly identifies us not as bystanders, but as the essential catalyst for change. I will remind you that our role transcends debate and encompasses oversight, legislation, and appropriation. Therefore, I wholeheartedly echo the comments, recommendations, which provide a clear roadmap for our engagement. Further, I wish to amplify the call for adding a few critical dimensions that underscore the breadth of our responsibility. Firstly, while fast-tracking ratification is paramount, we must also champion transparent and inclusive public engagement during the domestication process of this protocol. Our national laws must be shaped not only by regional model laws, but also by the voices of local communities, civil society, and the private sector to ensure they are equitable, context-specific, and garner public trust. Our monitoring tool, Madam SG, comes very handy in such instances. Secondly, we must explicitly link energy security to human development, gender equality, and youth empowerment. Lack of energy entrenches poverty, disproportionately affects women and girls, and it stifles the innovation of our youth. Our advocacy must frame energy access as a fundamental enabler of education, healthcare, and economic opportunities for everyone. Thirdly, Mr. President, our oversight must ensure that the shift to renewable energy is a just and inclusive transition. We must legislate for social protection, skills retraining, and economic diversification for communities and workers currently dependent on fossil fuel industries. Energy security and climate resilience are two sides of the same coin. Fourthly, Mr. President, our budgetary oversight should incentivize investment, not just in infrastructure, but in research and development and adoption of new technologies. These include smart grids that all of us must integrate in, energy storage, and decentralized renewable solutions, which are crucial for reaching remote rural areas and building a resilient modern energy system. Our INGA project must be a development for all. I must also add that we must be the architects of policy coherence. The energy protocol cannot be in silos. Our work must actively create synergies with food security through sustainable irrigation and agro-processing, which is only can be lived through provision of sustainable energy. The water management and the operationalization of African Continental Free Trade Area can only be realized when we have sustainable energy. A secure energy grid is the backbone of regional trade and industrialization for all of us to have manufacturing. Finally, Mr. President, on beyond model laws, we need peer-to-peer parliamentary mechanisms for sharing implementation challenges and successes. We should champion the establishment of clear regional scorecards on protocol implementation, turning oversight into a tool for friendly competition and mutual accountability among member states. In conclusion, Mr. President, this report is a mirror reflecting both our challenges and our potential. It reminds us that regional integration is not an abstract concept discussed in comfortable conference rooms as we do now. It is built through interconnected grids. It is built through shared policies, through collective investment, and above all, through the political will that we all commit to. As parliamentarians, as politicians, and as leaders in our respective societies, we are uniquely positioned to mobilize. It is therefore my hope that we will adopt this report as a binding commitment. Let it be the benchmark against which our people will measure our resolve to turn the lights on in every household, in every manufacturing factory, to power their homes, their industries, their future, and their sustainable, integrated, and prosperous SADC region we have all pledged to build. Imagine a school that do not have lights. Imagine a school that do not have electricity. What kind of AI that we have resolved on will ever see the life of being in that classroom? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mente. Yeah, we have 35 minutes to debate. I shall now allow the debate on the motion. Member who wish to debate shall raise the country and name tag. Allow Secretary General to note.
From Mozambique. Is Mozambique 2? 3.
3.
Okay. That corner is Mozambique. That corner is Mozambique.
Et da minha comissão.
Okay, thank you very much. I want just to remind us that we have 35 minutes. 35 minutes to debate. Now we give the floor to Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Chineza Chigwajara from Zimbabwe, and I'm also a member of this committee. Zimbabwe has made notable progress towards advancing renewable energy and regional energy transition goals by adopting comprehensive policy and regulatory reforms. The country established the National Energy Policy 2012 and the National Renewable Energy Policy 2019, which together set a clear framework for expanding solar, wind, small hydro and biomass energy in line with the Vision 2030 to support investment. Zimbabwe strengthened its legal and regulatory environment through the Zimbabwe Energy Regulatory Authority and the Electricity Act, enabling independent power producers and provider private sector participation. Mr. President, Zimbabwe is formally committed to a regional cooperation under the SADC energy frameworks via the SADC Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficient SACRIN ratification. These recent reforms have also streamlined the integration of distributed and embedded generation, particularly solar, into the national grid. Additionally, The introduction of a government project support agreement in 2024 provides financial guarantees that help de-risk renewable energy investments, further encouraging domestic and foreign participation in the clean energy sector. In my conclusion, Mr. President, however, the gap between policy commitment and full implementation remains substantial in terms of actual renewable energy deployment, grid integration, financing, mobilization, and operationalization, regional cooperation at scale 4. The kind of strengthened collaboration and harmonized sustainable people-centered energy transitions we aspire Zimbabwe, along with other SADC members, will need to push harder on implementing not just ratifying frameworks, enacting supportive laws, securing investments, and building institutional capacity for regional coordination and oversight. I so submit, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And now we are going to give the floor again to Zimbabwe, Honorable Zimbabwe from Zimbabwe. Okay, only one. We move to Namibia.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable President. I'm Sadc-Pf Madira, Speaker from Namibia, and I support the report. Namibia supports the report, and we would like to highlight the importance of harnessing private sector resources and technical capacity in addressing the energy deficit, which, as has been indicated, is a constraint to sustainable growth and to food security. We would also like to highlight the importance to address the high cost of energy, which constrain access to energy even beyond the deficit. Many households are unable to afford the cost of accessing energy, even when the infrastructure take the energy to the door of their houses. By promoting efficiency in generation and transmission, and also by promoting competitiveness of the energy sector. And as was indicated by others, it is important that we ensure the mainstreaming of climate adaptation in energy generation, and to ensure that the climate change affected countries without any discrimination on the basis of per capita income are assisted through climate funding to ensure climate adaptation in ensuring energy security. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we move to Mozambique. Just to make sure, 3 honorable from Mozambique or only one? Speaker. Okay. Honorable.
Thank you very much.
The floor is yours.
Agradecemos.
We would like to take opportunity to thank for this opportunity and also respecting all the protocol. So we already, all of us have done before with regard to the point that I think that is very important as other points that we've been addressing. This one affects more our stomach. So we need to also take in consideration food security, and also how can we and what can we do for that there will be more continuity. And also we can ensure that we have a continued food security. And normally there is a time very short. In very short time, sometimes the food is not enough. There is not proper conditions for conservation. The quantities are not enough, and that creates issues relating to the supply. So, taking consideration what is in the report, we are in agreement with it. So we feel that every country should actually have specific efforts in order to ensure that we can also preserve the food articles. Like we have also just used mangoes as an example, that actually, if not well taken care, they actually will have waste. So sometimes if we had a case in Musimba da Praia, which is in the north of Mozambique, and we had a case where we have the juice that actually came from Saudi Arabia, and when Mozambique, not from Africa. So we needed to find a way, and also taking care of optimizing the use of technologies to actually take care and protect what we can produce. And with regard to natural resources, we can actually see that also that we need to ensure that the resources that we have can actually also be for the benefit of human beings and animals, and at the same time we can actually avoid very often the calamities that happen. And also highlight the importance of communication between ourselves and with regard to the different issues and all the issues that also happen in our countries, and also taking into consideration the water sources. We have rivers. Some countries use them, and some other countries don't use it. But sometimes some countries pollute, and the other ones take good care of it. So we need to have a continuous and permanent communication between ourselves, and we should not wait for critical events to ensure that we communicate. Communication should be constant, and so that we can take good care of our resources. And once again, I would like to take the opportunity to thank for this talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we move to Namibia again.
Thank you very much. I think much has been said by the Speaker. As a member of the committee, it's only that I want to make an emphasis on the country's commitment to renewable energy with a complex of initiatives that are there, that given our country the sunlight shines, with which solar and the green hydrogen have been one of our priorities as a country. It's just to encourage member countries that the involvement of the government financially is always overwhelmed by the private sector, who hijack the initial idea of state members, of which we urge member country to fast track the processes to ensure that the access to energy, especially in the rural area, because it affects other cross-cutting sectors such as education and other rural development. Therefore, I just made this to emphasize that I move to support the report submitted by the interim chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we move to Madagascar.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and all the members of the forum, all protocol observer. The studies are showing that the region of Sadc is exposed to the risk of bad experience of cyclone of category 5 because of the climate change. Many countries are exposed and they are so vulnerable to climate change, including Malawi, Mozambique, Madagascar. And this climate change is strengthening our agriculture, the access to water, and this climatic shock is intensifying, and mostly women and youth are.
Our region of SADC is facing many challenges, such as energy transition, climate governance, as well as climate resilience. Those are challenges that are systemic and that are calling for systemic answers. So capacity building of national parliaments when it comes to oversights and notification of climate action becomes paramount. The region of SADC needs to promote a global approach and an equal approach when it comes to climate action in order to address this vulnerability. We also need to think about the question of technology. What role can technology play, notably AI, when it comes to climate change as well as implementation of all measures in climate adaptation? We cannot only wait for all countries and all departments to be powered before thinking about these type of issues. We also need a common policy in order to understand the exchange between human displacement and climate change in order to reduce climate migration. We need to harmonize and streamline our national and regional policies in order to guarantee climate development and sustainable development for the region of SADC. Honorable President, we support the motion of adoption of the report. Thank you very much.
Now we move to Lesotho. Honorable from Lesotho.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I should take this opportunity to write on the protocol. I am Senator Mohale, and I'm not part of the committee, but I so greatly applaud the motion that has been passed. Mr. President, I think it's high time that the portfolio committees should find a way in working with our different executives in consortium with regard to implementation of this motion. We all realize that subject to our failure as a region on implementing this motion, we are challenged as a region on the following issues. Subject to the challenges we are faced with, there are unpredictable weather patterns that leads to droughts, floods, reduced crop yields, and water security, which cuts across our nations. The serious issues that we are faced with are poor infrastructure, limited investment in agriculture, poverty, pest, disease, conflicts which can be internal and also be external, and also gender disparities. It should be high time that we find ways and means that these measures should resonate across everybody, across every country, the region at large, so that we can, in a way, declare state of emergency on the region before disaster strikes. Other impacts of climate change are degradation of land, soil erosion, and deforestation. So with this motion, I fully support, I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we move to Angola. Honorable from Angola, the floor is yours.
Muito obrigada, senhor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. President. I also would like to add my voice to what my colleagues are also in agreement to the report of the Permanent Committee of Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Climate Action. Talking about energy within our region, we need to congratulate ourselves because we do have everything so that we can have enough energy, so should not deficit of energy in our region. We also was addressed that Angola also have an excess of energy, but we cannot have the points for this energy can be distributed. But Also, what I would like to highlight is that actually the dam of Inga that we have within DRC, that could, if it was functioning, they will have enough energy for the whole region of SADC, even to export to other regions. So I feel that actually maybe it is important that we can also start thinking about the signature of the protocol. The protocol is from 1996, and we only have 10 countries that has signed and ratified, which means that we need also to have a political will from the countries so that we can have that leap in order for the protocol to be functioning. And once we have energy enough for the region, then we actually will be promoting the development, we'll be promoting well-being of our population, and that is actually we needed to focus because that will be important for us. And I feel that also taking consideration all the work that we've been doing this morning, and also taking consideration the status of the protocols in our region, where the majority are not functioning because not all the countries have actually adhered to them or ratified, then I feel that maybe we're actually losing a lot of time with issues that actually subject issues, some of them are, when in reality we actually have all the conditions to give this leap, and we can have a region that is developed with growth, and where actually the populations can have a very good well-being. And thank you very much, and we are in improvement towards the report. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we move to DRC.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the floor. I am Honorable Clément Oyayi. I am the Senator of the DRC.
Ici pour soutenir la motion.
I'm here to support the motion, but first and foremost, I would like to say that my intervention, I believe that I'm going to focus on the INGA project. When it comes to the electricity, I believe that our region really needs this energy, in the sense that if we could build this project, I believe that the whole region is going to benefit from it, even those beyond SADC. I believe that this project, as we recalled it on at the 57th Plenary Assembly, I believe that the DRC is open to, concerning all these public-private projects, that so that this INGA project be completed. I believe that to do it, I believe that it's only requesting some tens of billions of dollars. I believe that only $250 million US had been already approved for just for the study of the project. When I'm talking here, I'm just trying to express the availability of my countries to allow all private partners who would wish to invest in the DRC. They are welcome to come so that the SADC region can have energy that is needed. Thank you very much. I thank you, Honorable President. Thank you.
I now call upon Honorable.
J'aimerais appeler à l'honorable Jelly de pouvoir répondre.
Thank you, Mr. President. Due to its technicality of this motion, as you can see, and it has the number of the number of MPs who debated it. It's a total of 8 in total. So, with the leave of the House, may I request that my seconder will also assist in responding to some of the questions. But I'll just make a summary of what has been maybe said and what probably the committee came up with. I will start with the Zimbabwe. Probably he was in support of the motion, which we really appreciate. And the Zimbabwe is aligning themselves in terms of the regulatory authority on clean energy that as a region we really appreciate and applaud. That's what we should, that's the direction that we should move forward to. Namibia, the speaker from Namibia lamented about the high cost of energy across the region, which is a hindrance to many of our, especially our developing state. We as a committee discussed the issue of the high cost of electricity, and as a member from DRC says, DRC is open to the development, especially the PPP. We look at that it can be a good idea and it can be a solution. I will also go to a member from Mozambique. He touched the issue of okay, that one maybe I may leave it because I couldn't capture it quite correctly. I'll leave it to my colleague as I requested. But over and above, most members who made their submissions are in support of this motion. So, Mr. President, may I move that this motion be adopted? Maybe my colleague can add something on what has been already said by members. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I put the question that the report of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Climate Action be adopted. Are there any objections? Okay. The report of the Standing Committee of Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Climate Action is duly adopted. We have 13 minutes before lunch. Can we move for the next to save time to finish earlier? Thank you very much. Okay, fifth order. The Secretary General should read the fifth word of the day.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee.
Motion for the adopting of the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee by Honorable Chusi Kasanda, Committee Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move that this plenary assembly do adopt the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee to the 58th Plenary Assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, laid on the table of the House on 2nd December 2025.
Any seconder?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I second the motion as moved by the chairperson.
Thank you. I call upon the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Kasanda, to present the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'll present the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, whose theme is benchmarking for the impact, domestication of the model laws for transformative change. I will not go through through the table of contents, as I believe this was shared earlier with the members. I'll go directly into the report. Mr. President, the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee was composed of the members as contained in Appendix 1. The list of officials and resource persons who attended the meeting are listed in Appendixes 2 and 3, respectively. Therefore, I will not dwell into that as well. Mr. President, pursuant to the terms of reference of the committee as articulated in Article 17(4) of the Constitution of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which charges the RPMLOC with the responsibility of monitoring and evaluating progress made by member states towards domestication SADC model laws and implementing related laws and policies, the RPMLOC held its statutory meeting and inaugural benchmarking visit in the Kingdom of Lesotho under the theme Benchmarking for Impact, Domestication of Model Laws for Transformative Change during the period 8th to 9th October 2025. Based on Lesotho's country reports to the 56th and 57th Plenary Assembly, Lesotho has recorded commendable strides towards the domestication of the two key SADC model laws, the model law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, 2016, and the model law on gender-based violence, 2021. Specifically, this has been done through the enactment of the Children's Protection and Welfare Amendment Bill, 2022, and the Counter-Domestic Violence Act, 2022. These legislative reforms reflect the country's commitment to domestication of the regional human rights standards and to the attainment of the objectives of the Sadc-Pf SRHR project. In line with its mandate to promote the domestication of the SADC model laws, the RPMLOC undertook an inaugural benchmarking visit to the Kingdom of Lesotho from 8th to 9th October 2025. This initiative was aimed at assessing the progress made by Lesotho in aligning national legislation and the said model laws. Further, through this benchmarking visit, the members of RPMLOC sought to deepen their understanding of Lesotho's domestication processes, identifying opportunities and challenges, and fostering cross-learning for the benefit of other SADC member states by exploring institutional mechanisms, financial challenges, political dynamics, citizen feedback, and regional learning. The benchmarking visit also constituted the statutory meeting of the committee. The RPMLOC engaged various state and non-state actors regarding the domestication of the SADC model laws and related regional policy. And whereas the benchmarking visit was intended to explore the broader domestication process within the host country and designed to highlight institutional arrangements that facilitate domestication of the model laws. Whereas the benchmarking visit was also intended to enable the RPMLOC to appreciate the level of collaboration among various actors, including the legislature, the executive, political leaders, relevant parliamentary committees, line ministries, the SRHR Project National Working Group, UN agencies, and civil society organizations in the domestication process. Whereas the benchmarking visit was intended to serve as a platform for peer learning in terms of procedures and processes necessary to foster domestication of the SADC model laws for the members of RPMLOC, Lesotho parliamentarians, the Parliament of Lesotho, and other SADC member parliaments.
where 7 key focus areas were identified, including the legislative process triggered at domestic level in the wake of adoption of SADC model laws, institutional coordination between the executive and the legislature, stakeholder involvement in advocacy and implementation, and mechanisms for monitoring and evaluation, and were supported by tailored guiding questions to facilitate targeted stakeholder engagement. Whereas the guiding questions developed were tailored to enable members to have an appreciation of how Lesotho identifies legislative gaps, benchmarks domestic laws against SADC standards, engage non-state actors, and ensure that enacted laws translate into tangible benefits for citizens. Whereas the RPMLOC was briefed on the roles played by both state and non-state stakeholders in the process of domestication of the model laws in Lesotho. Whereas the benchmarking visits served not only as a monitoring exercise, but also as a platform for peer learning, regional integration, and the advancement of transformative legislative change across the SADC region. Arising from the deliberations during the benchmarking visit, the RPMLOC makes observations and recommendations as set out below. On administrative readiness and structural alignment, examining institutional frameworks, coordination mechanisms, and legal harmonization efforts. Acknowledging that the Parliament of Lesotho is clothed with authority to make laws pursuant to sections 54 and 70 of the Constitution, which provisions also establish the institution's autonomy. This lawmaking mandate is exercised through the structured legislative process governed by the standing orders and supported by committee scrutiny, enabling Parliament to play a central role in domesticating regional instruments, including the SADC model laws. Noting that there was no stipulated procedure in place to govern the domestication of the model laws specifically, but that the process followed the general legislative enactment process guided by the Constitution, specifically Section 78 and 153A, the Interpretation Act, and the Legislative Handbook, which was currently undergoing review. Further noting that the legislative process in Lesotho unfolded in 4 stages, these being policy formulation, drafting, parliamentary debate, and publication, and also founded on firm commitment on the leadership of the Parliament of Lesotho to domesticate SADC model laws, which were considered to be tools for legislative and social reforms through a fully consultative process. Appreciating that as an essential component of the policy formulation process, feasibility studies and needs assessments were conducted to identify legislative gaps and prioritize issues requiring government attention. Such issues were selected based on political manifestos and coalition agreements, while potential solutions were analyzed through evidence-based research and extensive stakeholder consultations. Once the policy was approved by Cabinet, drafting instructions were developed, often incorporating regulatory impact assessments and cost-benefit analysis. Further appreciating that policy formulation was followed by drafting of the legislation, beginning with the receipt and review of the drafting instructions reflecting Cabinet approval. During this stage, model laws served as adaptive templates, and they were analyzed alongside existing national laws to ensure consistency. In drafting the bill, the drafters ensured that its substance was articulated with precision and that the spirit of the model law was preserved without compromising local applicability. Emphasizing that in shaping the draft bill, the logo drafters remained alive to international and regional laws, including treaties, conventions, and model laws, to avoid legislative embarrassment, although these instruments were admittedly not consistently and effectively incorporated into legislative proposals. Realizing timelines of the benchmarking visit of the RPMLOC, coinciding as it did with the implementation of the 10th Amendment of the Constitution Act of 2025, which presented an opportunity to enact laws and address existing gaps, particularly in the domestication process, highlighting that structured procedures were essential to enhancing structural procedures were essential to enhancing the country's legal order, promoting good governance and meeting societal needs, and maintaining uniformity within the global legal landscape, and noting that legal certainty was the cornerstone of the rule of law, and that the smooth integration of regional and international best practices through model laws required skill, precision. Looking at time, I think let me go to the recommendations. Mr. President, the RPMLOC recommends to the 58th Plenary Assembly to urge all SADC member parliaments to strengthen technical support and capacity building on the SADC model laws for parliamentarians, parliamentary committees, line ministries, traditional and religious leaders, CSOs, and other stakeholders in their respective countries. 2, we advise that SADC member parliaments institutionalize the domestication of the SADC model laws through the involvement of legal and research officers of Parliament in the process. Call upon SADC member parliaments to spearhead engagement with traditional and religious leaders in legal education campaigns to foster grassroots support and normative change. Appeal to SADC member parliaments to take deliberate measures to capacitate the office of the Parliamentary Council or of the Council or line ministries, as well as Parliament structures with regard to both procedural and subject aspects of domestication process. Implore SADC member parliaments to institutionalize benchmarking with respect to the domestication of the SADC model laws in order to ensure systematic alignment of domestication processes and foster regional learning and harmonization. Encourage SADC member parliaments to advocate for strengthening of the monitoring and evaluation framework for domestication through the establishment of multi-stakeholder task force at national level to monitor the domestication of SADC model laws and other regional commitments against relevant indicators to track the prevalence of gender-based violence and child marriage, law enforcement outcomes, and institutional performance on an ongoing basis. Recommend that SADC member states should establish predictable, sustainable, and dedicated financing mechanisms to support regional initiatives by integrating regional priorities into national budgets for effective implementation. Encourage SADC member parliaments to advocate for increased coordination between government ministries and civil society so as to sustain the advocacy momentum for domestication of the SADC model laws and other regional policy instruments. Resolve that the RPMLOC actively participate in the capacity enhancement activities for parliamentarians, as well as in the identification and support of champions to lead the advocacy efforts for domestication of the SADC model laws. Direct the Secretariat to continue to mobilize resources, including through regional partnerships, to support capacity building and foster domestication efforts. Mr. President, as I conclude, the benchmarking visit to Lesotho reaffirmed the importance of monitoring and supporting the domestication efforts of SADC model laws. The benchmarking visit was also an opportunity for mutual learning and reflection as RPMLOC assessed the real-life impact of model laws with a view of strengthening domestication, enforcement, accountability across the region. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Thank you very much. Honorable Madam, I will now adjourn the House for the lunch. We will be back at 14:30. The committee has taken up 20 minutes of their time. The second will start after lunch.
And of course, that is the third session of today on day 4 of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And this is the 58th Plenary Assembly session that has been held in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal.
And as you can see there, the session breaking for lunch and is expected to resume at 14:30. And of course, today we've had a number of motions. Third motion was the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment. And that motion was moved by Honorable Ruth Mendes, who's the chairperson of that standing committee, and it was seconded by one of the committee members, Honorable Dumelang Selashando.
And of course, the fourth motion for adoption in the House was the report of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Climate Action. Now, that report was moved by Honorable Scelo Jele, who is a committee member, and seconded by the committee member, Honorable Ntomvuyo Mente.
And of course, the motion that we just heard now was only introduced. We expect that it will be adopted when we return back from lunch. It's the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee. Now, while they're going on lunch, but Tsepo had a conversation with a representative of Eswatini, Dr. Nxumalo, and let's hear how that conversation went.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the 58th SADC Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly. And the theme is the impact of climate change on women and youth and the role of Parliament in climate change mitigation and adaptation here at the Umhlanga Coastland Hotel in Durban. And of course, I'm your host, Tsepo. Now, as we approach the end of this critical 6-day assembly, we have a crucial opportunity to also reflect on some of the highlights of the week so far and look ahead to the resolutions we hope to see by Friday. Now, joining us this morning is a key voice that set a tone, intersectional tone, for the entire agenda on day 1. It is my honor to welcome Honorable Senator Dr. Linda Lorraine Nxumalo, a member of Parliament from the Kingdom of Eswatini. Now, she presented a statement for the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus during the opening ceremony on Sunday. Her speech masterfully wove together the themes of gender justice, legacy and urgent action, placing the specific vulnerabilities and leadership of women at the heart of the climate change conversation. She challenged us not to address these crises in isolation, but as interconnected battles for dignity and equality. Honourable Senator, thank you so much for making it to Parliament TV.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm very much honoured.
Of course, Doc, your opening speech was powerfully linked to historical justice and modern threats, right? We're talking digital violence and climate change. Now, how important is it for forums such as this one to keep the conversations gendered and intergenerational and ensure that these crises are at the center of these conversations?
It's quite important that as legislators, as we do our oversight, representation, and legislative roles, we ensure that we are inclusive. Now, being inclusive also talks to making sure that when you look at the demographics of each country, the majority, especially in the African continent, it's the youth, and then it's also women. So in SADC, in the context of SADC, we normally say there's nothing without us, about us without us. Now that says, if you're going to be talking about issues of climate change, you can't talk about that and forget about the vulnerable, the disabled, the women, the youth. So it's just a conversation of being inclusive in everything that we do as legislators. So the whole conversation around climate change, when you look at climate change just as a subject matter, you realize that the people that are hardest hit and that feel the consequences of climate change are the women and the youth. And I will unpack that and contextualize it to say, with women, they are the ones that actually take care of the households. And women do not only look after the children, but they look after the entire household. In Eswatini, for instance, in 2023, at the end of the year, we experienced a very bad hailstorm. Over 6,000 families were affected by that, and the vast majority that were affected were the women, because now they didn't have shelter, now they didn't have food. They're the ones that have to obviously take care of the household food and everything. It was just such a major disruption. But the good thing is that the Kingdom of Eswatini took it upon themselves to make sure that they rehabilitate those homes and also support those families. But what's critical for us as parliamentarians, again, is that we now need to review our legislation and make sure that we don't only look at the now. Climate change in itself is catastrophic, so we need to be prepared. So in Eswatini, we've put in place we've reviewed our bill to make sure that it also talks to disaster preparedness. And we've included the R, which talks to the risk mitigation in our risk management formula. So we do want to be more proactive now and make sure that we take into account issues of disaster preparedness and risk mitigation as we deal with issues of climate change.
I love that you talk about how the Kingdom of Eswatini is taking a more proactive role, because from the conversations that we've had here on Parliament TV, it seems as though government leaders have taken a more reactive role, that we do things only after, right? Now, apart from legislation, apart from the dialogue, how is it that the policies that the Kingdom of Eswatini is talking to and creating, how is it talking to the implementation and the tangible results that people feel on the ground?
With just an example of the law, the bill that we just reviewed recently, the critical components or the pillars of that law were that now we need to make sure that all the parties that come and play a part in terms of being, I'll say, reacting or responsive to a disaster as it happens, they are able to work together in harmony and in sync. And we also want to put in place dashboards to make sure that whatever is happening at the other end is being seen by the rest of the value chain. For instance, in disasters, you find that women, for instance, if a disaster strikes, people will be put in one room. And we as women want to make sure that women, and nursing women, for instance, should have the facilities during that time of disaster. And women have other needs. So during the time of disaster, women need to be able to access their SRHR equipment and amenities all the time. So it's really an issue of being coordinated and making sure that the law doesn't just speak to one aspect, because it's a number of interconnected industries and sectors of the government that need to work together to make sure that they respond accordingly.
Now, in your address at the opening ceremony on the 30th of November, you invoked the leadership of the likes of Queen Nandi, Dr. Charlotte Maxeke, and Umama Dorothy Ngembe, right? Now, their struggles were against oppression, right? They were for education and a political voice when it comes to women. Now, how does their legacy specifically guide us in the fight against a different kind of oppression now, right? An ecological one that disproportionately displaces, impoverishes, and endangers women and youth in our region today?
When we spoke about the issue of Queen Nandi, it sits very well and resonates well with me as a person. I'm Ndwandwe, and Ndwandwes, they originate from the KZN. So when you talk about Shaga was the most powerful leader, I'll say, in the world, because he didn't have technology to fight. But he fought using his voice. Yes. He fought using his attitude. And even in leadership, I was in a leadership seminar sometime back in my early years. And when you talk strategy, Shaga is also part of those iconic people that do that. Now, when you look at who instilled those values into that leader, it is Queen Nandi. So Queen Nandi is revered for instilling values of strength, values of resilience, values of agility and strategy. So for women right now, women have to be all-rounded. They can't just sit and not equip themselves for leadership roles. So when we spoke about Nandi, it was in that context to say, even in the advent and the issues that are really coming up now of climate change, women need to be proactive, they need to take charge, they need to speak out. You know, so it is in that regard that we spoke about them. And the other iconic women in South Africa, we felt that it's important to also highlight them as we are hosted by South Africa. And I must say that South Africa has outdone themselves. From when we came here, the hospitality was good. So Charlotte Matreja, for instance, was an iconic woman in terms of pioneering education. Yes. She was a voice of education, and she also was an activist. So that says to us as women, let's learn from them, let's emulate them, and take a leaf from how they really stood up for what they believed in and how they transformed the societies within which they live. I think the most critical thing as women is for us to make an impact, a positive impact, and leave a legacy. You can't just come into Parliament and leave without really making an impact. So impact for me is the biggest issue. And also ensuring that we empower ourselves to make a change. Of course, of course.
Now, Doc, of course, you called for the domestication of the Sadc-Pf model law on GBV and child marriage, right? The other day we were talking about it, and we were all flabbergasted that there's still child marriage in this day and age. So, given the plenary's theme, how can then the Sadc governments and parliaments connect the dots, right, between climate-induced displacement, resource scarcity, and the increased risk of gender-based violence and child marriage?
The whole issue of child marriage, I think, is something that needs to be tackled by the entire family. And I think the one thing that we need to drive and push within SADC is to support the family or the household, because now if the family is empowered, or if they are united and they play their parts accordingly, issues like this will not happen. For instance, if maybe I'll say if the parents of the child want to get married in another family when the child is underaged, really that conversation has to happen within the family setting. So if the woman is empowered, she will be able to add a positive voice to that and make sure that that does not happen. I know that in some communities that still happens. It's something that we really need to condemn and say it can't go on like that, because, you know, marriage in itself requires someone to be mature. And not only should the person be mature, but physically, but also mentally, emotionally, and otherwise. And they must be independent. With child marriages, the child still becomes a child in the marriage, and that in itself is a violation of human rights and human dignity. So I think that really that is a conversation that needs to be dealt with from all angles, especially centered on the family setting. I do believe that it will assist to deal with it from a household level.
And are there conversations between the SADC regions that where child marriage is prevalent? Are there conversations regarding strengthening the law, right, as lawmakers, as the legislators, to ban child marriage and ensure that those that participate in it, that facilitate it, are put to book?
When you look at the SADC model laws on child marriage, it's quite clear that any child that has not reached the age of consenting should not get married, and that is the age of 18. So most of the countries have actually adopted that model law, including my country, and it's something that is not supported by SADC. So what's critical is that all the countries that are affiliated to SADC, they should not really practice that, and punitive measures have to be in place for people that will be perpetrators for that. If the law is there, then the law must be upheld and people must comply.
And Senator, your speech highlighted the digital divide, right, and online violence. Is there a discussion forming here about the role of digital tools and the access of both climate adaptation for women farmers, right, entrepreneurs, and also in holding to account for climate action?
There is a conversation that is ongoing, and we started when we had our sectional committee meetings, where we were tackling issues about with climate adaptation. We need to now engage in climate smart agriculture, and the tools there are obviously technological. And the conversation that we had is that it will be critical for us to empower the women. We in Eswatini, for instance, we have a woman farmer foundation, wherein a woman who excels in farming is recognized every year. And not only that, but what they're doing as well is to respond accurately to issues of climate change and to make sure that they also do tunnel agriculture so that the crops that they produce are not affected by the effects of climate change. You know, so those are conversations that we have been having, and we do want to see more women. But we've seen more women actually venturing into agriculture and youth. So the whole digital issue is saying, like the conversation around the digital inclusion says women and mothers must have access to digital devices, and they must be trained on how best to use technology to deal with the effects of climate change.
And apart from the organizations that are trying to equip women with digital tools to be part of the climate change initiative, are there any legislative measures that the Kingdom of Eswatini is taking into consideration to ensure that they equip women, they enrich them and empower them in terms of digital tools?
In Eswatini, we have a very vibrant woman who is a minister for ICT. What she has done since assuming office is that she has taken girls in the ICT space. She's mentored them, she's given them opportunities, and she really supports the whole conversation around women being in the forefront, also in issues of science, technology, mathematics, and technology. So with that, it helps a lot. The women are now confident. The young girls are confident, and also there's also a mentorship program and an internship program that is in place in Eswatini for girls who are in ICT, so that they excel and they are able to really be the best at what they can do on the ICT space. The other issue is that we've seen that in the ICT space, when you talk now about cyberbullying, you find that most countries do not have laws that protect people from cyberbullying, and because the digital space is there, but there's no legislation that underpins how people should behave themselves within the cyberspace. So what we are doing in Eswatini is to review our legislation and make sure that we take into account all these issues that I've just highlighted, so that whatever we do, we're able to manage.
Nice. Now, Doc, earlier you mentioned the emphasis on access to sexual and reproductive health and the rights thereof, and you mentioned that they're fundamental, right, when it comes to women. Now, in the context of climate disasters that disrupt health systems all over, and the increase of poverty, how should then the resolutions that are taken, not just in the Kingdom of Eswatini, but in the likes of the Sadc-Pf, how can they explicitly protect and promote sexual and reproductive health and ensure that it's a non-negotiable service, even when it comes to restoration after these disasters have struck?
I think the most important thing there is, first of all, governments need to have adequate budgets for health services, and those budgets should include instances of disaster. Because during a disaster situation, like when we had COVID, we were all blank, and when we had to react, lives were lost. So it's quite important when the planning happens, also when the budgets are being made, we need to take into account issues of disaster preparedness, disaster management, so that people are able to access health services during a disaster and also after the disaster. What we've seen also is that with technology now, if for instance there's flooding, now we are able to actually transfer medication to all parts of the country using drones. In Eswatini, we have started delivering medication using drones, so that also helps us to be prepared for times of disaster so that we are able to make sure that health services are available to people at all times.
And Doc, of course, throughout the conversations that have been had in the Sadc-Pf, the one thing that the nations have been reporting on is their HIV stats. And seemingly as Africans, we're not doing something right. There's something wrong. It seems like there are more cases now instead of a decrease. What do you think we're not getting right in terms of perhaps communication to the people, in terms of sexual education, right? What is it that we're not getting right, and what is it that we can change?
I think the biggest cause of the rise in HIV infections is the whole issue of unemployment. I once had a situation where I went to empower girls at, it was the Day of the Girl Child, and we had students from the university, and what they said to me, actually, you know, it sits with me even right now, and it hurts me a lot, because the children, the university students are saying, we don't have food, I need a meal. And that is a very basic necessity. Now, if she needs a meal, now here's this older man who will come and buy her a drink.
Exploit her.
Or exploit her and then want to have sex with her in return. So those are the kind of situations that our young people find themselves in, and I condemn it. Because it is us elderly people who do that, and it's a situation of intergenerational sex that causes these ills, and that has actually eroded the gains that we had made on addressing issues of HIV/AIDS. In Eswatini, we had already reached the 95 mark, but we do see that, especially in the areas of tertiary institutions, we are seeing a rise in the cases there. Yes, there's a lot of response that is being done by the Ministry of Health, but I think we just need to act responsibly as adults. I think that's the most important. And when saying that, I'm not just saying it to the men. Women also have young boys that they exploit. So it's the intergenerational sexual activity that results in that, in my view, and I think we should act responsibly.
And Doc, of course, in an overview with the Sadc-Pf that's currently underway that talks to climate change, but of course it links to not just environmental issues, right? It links to economic issues, health issues, socioeconomic issues, poverty, unemployment, and the likes. What is the single most important concrete, monitorable commitment that should come out of the Sadc-Pf? What is it that the countries should commit to and go back home and implement within their countries?
I think as a bloc, SADC has done very well to work together. We do have the Africa Continental Free Trade area, and I think we need to start being intentional about making sure that we implement that and that we see real gains from that. I think if that would start from SADC, it will help address the issues of unemployment. It will help ignite our economies and make sure that there's positivity from an economic emancipation perspective for the youth in particular, because our young people don't have jobs. And we now need to get to a point where we also instill the whole spirit of entrepreneurship. But if we do so within the region, the opportunities are definitely there.
And just lastly, in the spirit of the heroines like Dr. Nandi, like Dr. Charlotte Matleke, Queen Nandi, what are your final words to women, to youth, to young girls in terms of empowering themselves, in terms of equipping themselves, and ensuring that the information is there, all you need to go is grab it? What message do you have for them from the Kingdom of Eswatini and also as part of such a regional body?
I think the young people need to empower themselves. They need to take education seriously. If you have an opportunity to go to school, take it with all your hands and make sure that you use that. An empowered person, I think in the words of Nelson Mandela, may his soul rest in peace, he said an educated nation is an empowered nation. So if the young people would really take education seriously, they wouldn't find themselves in a situation where they would compromise their values and where they would find themselves being in a situation where they will contract HIV through unprotected sexual intercourse and just, you know, making yourself vulnerable like that, you know. That I think is being irresponsible, and it's really not loving yourself enough. So I would say, young people, please, they must love themselves, and they must empower themselves, go to school, learn, and really be an independent citizen of this country and contribute positively to the economy of South Africa. It's not just about going to school. There's also the whole issue around using your hands to make ends meet. TVET. So technical skills are also quite important. So if you haven't done so well at school, find a skill, develop a skill. There's a lot that young people can do, even just with beauty. Being a makeup artist, everyone wants to look good, so you really can make something out of your life. So for the young people, I would say that, and for the elderly people, I would say we need to act responsibly. We need to act decisively, and we need to be the change that we want to see. I think that would be my parting shot. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And that was Dr. Ngumalo, and she is a senator in the Kingdom of Eswatini. Of course, she's also joined the conversations here at the Sadc-Pf, which is the 58th Plenary Assembly of this Augustus Symposium, speaking to issues that the SADC region have challenges with. We're talking poverty, we're talking climate change and the impact thereof. We're talking responsiveness and ensuring that governments are held accountable in ensuring that you get the needs that you acquire. Of course, you're still watching Parliament TV. Stay tuned.
A very insightful conversation there between Tsepo and Dr. Linda Ngumalo, who presented a statement on behalf of the Regional Parliamentary Women's Caucus during the opening on Sunday. But for now, let's hear the statements delivered by Namibia and Zambia yesterday.
Thank you very much, Honorable Acting President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, our generous host, Speaker Angela Toko Didiza, Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Speakers and Members of Parliament of SADC Parliaments,
distinguished Secretary General and members of the Sadc-Pf Secretariat, good day. I wish to appreciate the very warm hospitality that is extended to all of us for our meeting by our host, the Speaker of South Africa, and through her, the government and the people of South Africa. I have the honor to present the implementation report of the Republic of Namibia as follows. On the effect of the USA tariffs on trade, while Namibia's utilization of AGOA has been modest compared to larger textile producers, Namibia has exported more than 6,400 goods to the US since 2001, duty-free under the AGOA. Trade tariffs of 21%, which were later reduced to 15% by the USA government, would negatively impact Namibia's export earnings by disrupting established supply chains, decreasing the competitiveness of goods exported from Namibia to the USA, impair export earnings, and undermine the sustainability of jobs, and negatively impact the economy in the near to medium term. In response, Namibia is preparing to diversify trade routes through the African Continental Free Trade Area by leveraging tariff concessions and expanding intra-African trade. We can diversify markets, strengthening resilience, and reduce dependence on external shocks by so doing. Parliament needs to ensure the domestication of the free trade agreements, protocols, the alignment of national legislation, and readiness of local producers to compete in continental markets, as well as rules of origin for this opportunity to yield results. This requires targeted support for exporters, reforms to sustain beneficiation, and the establishment of institutions such as the National Tariff Board through the expedient finalization of the legislation to establish the Tariff Board in order to guide tariff negotiations. Namibia signed the FTA agreement on 2nd July 2018 and deposited its instruments of ratification on the 1st of February 2019. A significant step towards operational readiness was taken on December 20th of last year when we gazetted our FTA tariff offer, thereby positioning the country to commence trading under the framework. On the 30th of June this year, Namibia officially launched trading under the AFTA at Wolfish Bay, with its first consignment of 45,000 tons of salt destined for Nigeria. On reform initiatives for critical mineral mining and distribution, Namibia's mining sector is significantly expanding into critical minerals like lithium, rare earth elements, and cobalt, essential for green energy technologies. These efforts are supported by the government's policy to encourage local processing and are attracting international investment. While traditional mining continues, with uranium, diamonds, and copper remaining major exports, the government aims to use critical minerals to drive industrialization and create value-added industries. Namibia recognizes the growing importance of critical minerals in global supply chains. Our approach is guided by national priorities rather than external demand. Parliament has a duty to ensure that critical strategic minerals advance local value addition, job creation, and economic diversification. Several reforms are underway. One, Minerals Bill. The government has been reviewing the Minerals Prospecting and Mining Act with the aim of aligning it to current best practices and addressing gaps identified during implementation of the Act. The Minerals Bill, which is currently under stakeholder validation, empowers the minister when deemed necessary for the development or protection of Namibia's mineral resources to declare a mineral as strategic through a notice published in the Gazette. Export of raw materials prohibition. Government has restricted the export of unprocessed lithium, cobalt, manganese, graphite, and rare earths to encourage local beneficiation. Mineral beneficiation strategy.
The strategy aims to promote skill development and industrial diversification. Policies are being developed to align with this new strategy, with incentives for local processing and potential state participation in mining ventures. Local content policy. The policy is being finalized to ensure Namibia benefit meaningfully from mining activities. Critical raw material strategy. Namibia is in the process of developing a local content framework for the extractive sector, but implementation remains at an early stage. Such a policy is vital to ensure that communities and local businesses benefit meaningfully from mining activities through procurement, employment, skills transfer, and community development obligations. Exploration and development. While potential is high, much of Namibia's critical mineral wealth remains underexplored, requiring significant investment and sustained exploration work to fully unlock. As Namibia advances its industrialization under the 6th National Development Plan, the mining sector is poised to transition from a rent-based model to a globally competitive engine for inclusive growth, export diversification, and financial innovation. Now, on robustness of the democratic framework to ensure the perpetual succession of parliament, Namibia continues to uphold constitutional democracy grounded in the supremacy of the Constitution and the separation of powers. Since independence, peaceful transfers of power and regular elections have safeguarded parliamentary succession. Article 44 to 50 of our Constitution guarantee continuity through free and fair elections, while Articles 63 and 64 reinforce Parliament's legislative independence. The executive cannot dissolve Parliament at will, and the judiciary provides an additional safeguard against overreach. Namibia's multi-party system, strong media freedoms, and active public participation further strengthen democratic resilience. Parliament remains committed to acting as the fulcrum of democratic governance, ensuring uninterrupted succession and stability. On consideration of the protocol on the modalities of operation of the SADC Parliament, following the 45th SADC Summit's resolution that member states submit comments on the draft protocol by the 30th of October 2025, Namibia has submitted its comments through the Ministry of International Relations and Trade for transmission to the SADC Secretariat. Namibia, as the host of the Sadc-Pf, has a special responsibility to ensure that the protocol is legally sound while promoting democracy and regional integration. We wish to reiterate our unwavering commitment to continue hosting this institution as it undergoes structural changes resulting from the transformation process. On inclusion of youth, is structured to reflect the bicameral nature of Parliament, with 3 members from the National Assembly and 2 to come from the National Council. Namibia has, in its previous delegation to the forum, included a youth delegate as a member, and we will continue to support the inclusion of at least 1 youth member in the delegation when we are done composing our delegation. Violation under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Namibia remains committed to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. While no systemic violations have threatened democratic stability, several issues have required parliamentary oversight. Conditions of detention. Parliamentary standing committees conducted oversight visits and tabled a bipartisan report on the conditions in holding and correctional facilities, recommending infrastructure upgrades, improved separation of detainees, CCTV installation, and increased resourcing. Ombudsman's Reform Initiative. Parliament is currently considering the Ombudsman Bill, which is aimed at redefining the mandate, strengthening administrative financial autonomy of the office, and in compliance with the Paris Principles. Mental health rights. Parliament has also tabled the Mental Health Bill of 2025 to replace the outdated Mental Health Act of 1973. The bill aims to establish a modern human rights-based framework for mental health care by prioritizing community-based care, patient dignity, and autonomy over the previous institutional and control-focused approach. Namibia values peer learning within SADC and will continue to strengthen oversight, harmonize legislation, and uphold constitutional guarantees. On increase in costs for health care services, although Namibia has maintained commendable progress in HIV treatment and prevention, the reduction in external funding by the USA has necessitated a greater reliance on the national budget to sustain universal access to health care. This shift has increased pressure on Treasury. Without careful planning, there is a risk of a higher out-of-pocket expenditure for patients and increased vulnerability for communities that rely heavily on subsidized health commodities. In response to these pressures, Parliament has strengthened its oversight of the health sector through committee engagements and budget scrutiny. Parliament advocates for sustainability of ARV supply chains, the affordability of essential medicines, and the need to protect primary health care services from budget cuts. Parliament supported increased allocation to key health programs to mitigate the impact of external funding reductions and encourage the Ministry of Health to continue to improve efficiency in procurement systems, including exploring pooled purchasing agreements within SADC. Furthermore, Parliament advocates for clearer long-term transition planning to reduce dependence on external donors, including investment in local pharmaceutical capacity, stronger partnerships with the private sector, and enhanced domestic resource mobilization. Oversight visits to health facilities were undertaken to assess stock levels, staffing constraints, and the accessibility of rural clinics, ensuring that policy decisions remain guided by conditions on the ground. Namibia remains committed to ensuring continuous access to quality health services despite shifting global funding landscapes. Parliament will continue to monitor the situation closely, support the prioritization of essential health services in the national budget, and work with the executive to safeguard the gains made in public health over the past 3 decades. In conclusion, Namibia approaches these critical areas with determination and commitment to fulfilling both national aspirations and regional obligations. From trade integration and critical minerals governance to democratic resilience and human rights protection, Parliament stands ready to provide strategic direction, legislative support, and rigorous oversight. We remain engaged members of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and committed to contributing to the region's collective progress towards sustainable development, inclusive governance, and shared prosperity, and ensuring that our people benefit equitably from the resources and opportunities available within SADC and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I'm really honored to present Zambia's country report on the progress of the implementation of the resolutions of the 57th Plenary Assembly held at Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe. Madam President, on the initiatives for critical mineral mining and distribution, Zambia's mining sector is a key driver of socio-economic development, contributing 17.5% to GDP, 70% of foreign exchange earnings, 30% of government revenues, and substantial formal employment. From 2021 to 2025, Zambia undertook policy, legal, and institutional reforms to align the sector with the country's transformation agenda and the global energy transition. Parliament played a central role in Zambia's mining sector reforms by enacting key legal frameworks, including the Minerals Regulation Commission Act number 14 of 2024, and the Geological and the Minerals Development Act number 2 of 2025. These laws established a semi-autonomous Minerals Regulation Commission, new directorates for artisanal and small-scale mining, large-scale mining, and geological surveys. The 2025 local content regulations were also approved, which require mining companies to progressively allocate a portion of procurement to Zambian suppliers, thereby enhancing local participation in the value chain. Institutional reforms. This included the creation of the Minerals Regulation Commission, directorates for various mining sectors, and a dedicated fund to support artisanal and small-scale miners, ensuring effective implementation and accountability. The mining sector reform process, which involved developing and implementing new policies, laws, and institutions to govern Zambia's mining sector, faced several challenges. These included balancing the different needs of communities and the mining industry, limited community participation due to distrust, tensions between local demands for ownership and the foreign investment, and the differing priorities among government stakeholders and local actors, which made reaching consensus difficult. In Zambia, now this is on the robustness of the democratic framework to ensure the perpetual succession of parliaments. And in Zambia, Parliament operates as a continuous legal entity under the principle of perpetual succession, ensuring that the institution continues to exist and function despite changes in individual members of Parliament, elections, or dissolutions. The doctrine of exclusive cognizance allows Parliament to regulate its internal affairs independently, free from interference by the courts, while the Constitution provides limits to ensure compliance with the fundamental rights. Parliamentary leadership, including the Speaker and the Deputy Speakers, is elected for fixed terms linked to the life of each National Assembly, but the offices continue administratively during dissolutions, ensuring continuity. The clerk of the National Assembly and the permanent administrative staff maintain the functions of the institution, providing local and procedural advice, overseeing elections of parliamentary leadership, managing records, and executing executive functions. These rules and the practices collectively protect Parliament's perpetual succession, safeguard its independence from the executive or other institutions, and ensure it continues to operate as a stabilizing factor for democratic governance, even between elections. On the inclusion of youth members in Sadc-Pf country delegates, in Zambia, the selection process of members of Parliament appointed to delegations such as the Sadc-Pf take into account 1, political party representation, 2, gender balance to ensure fair representation of women and men, and 3, other considerations such as experience, expertise, or participation in relevant parliamentary committees. Currently, the delegation does not include a youth member of parliament, as the National Assembly itself has limited youth representation with only 1 youth MP. The Zambian Parliament recognizes the importance of youth inclusion and will consider appointing youth members to future SADC delegations, including potential participation in the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women, Advancement, and Youth Development. Now, on the effect of tariffs on trade in SADC member states, AGOA exports contribute only 0.5% of Africa's GDP, and Zambia's exports to the US under AGOA from 2020 to 2023 was United States dollar 1.43 billion, representing 0.4% of SADC's AGOA exports. Zambia mainly exports copper 90%, alongside honey, sugar, groundnuts, tobacco, coffee, fruits, vegetables, and flowers. New United States tariffs largely spare refined copper and key critical minerals, which helps cushion Zambia, though the measures may still reduce Zambia's export competitiveness and demand. Likely effects of the new tariffs: 1, they are reduced, benefits here, none. Competitiveness of Zambian exports compared to goods from non-tariffed countries. Lower demand and export volumes, potentially worsening Zambia's trade balance with the United States and reducing revenue. Now, proactive government measures to strengthen intra-African trade and economic resilience. Zambia has ratified and domesticated the African Free Trade Area, and joined the Guided Trade Initiative. Now, 2, ongoing awareness and the capacity building with support from the African Free Trade Area Secretariat and GIZ. Regional trade engagement, removing existing trade barriers and avoiding new ones. 2, strengthening bilateral trade agreements with Angola, DRC, Mozambique, and Tanzania, including beef exports. Lobito Corridor Project. Zambia is one of the 3 beneficiary countries, and it aims to integrate Zambia into global value chains, especially in mining, energy, agriculture, tourism, and electric vehicle battery manufacturing. Export financing Zambia export development. This fund provides affordable financing for SMEs and women and youth-owned export businesses. On digital trade and the African Free Trade Area Adjustment Fund, Zambia is domesticating the African Free Trade Area Digital Trade Protocol and preparing to access the AFCFTA Adjustment Fund, and it's working with the UNECA and GIZ on the simplified AFCFTA. It's a tongue twister, this one. Trading guidelines. And on the industrial and the value chain development, Zambia is capacity building on this one in sectors such as leather, with support for design studios and the clusters. And it's also hosting the Africa Leather Forum in November 2025, or it has already hosted. On the establishment of export councils, new structures are being developed to coordinate export promotion beyond current projects. And Zambia is streamlining border procedures, implementing the COMESA simplified trade regime with Zimbabwe and Malawi. And the joint regional industrial projects is, Zambia here is pursuing joint ventures like Zambia-Zimbabwe Common Agro-Industrial Park and the Zambia DRC Electric Vehicle Value Chain Partnership. As regards to the consideration of the protocol on the modalities of operation of the SADC Parliament, Zambia has made significant strides at the national level in advancing the transformation of the forum into a SADC regional parliament. On 2nd July 2024, Zambia became the 11th SADC member state to sign the agreement amending the SADC Treaty to establish the SADC Parliament. 3, Zambia hosted the 56th Sadc-Pf Parliamentary Assembly in December 2024. During the session, the Vice President, Mrs. W.K. Mutalena Mango, reaffirmed Zambia's commitment to the establishment of the SADC Parliament and pledged support for all processes leading to its successful completion. And with regard the draft protocol, Zambia has submitted her comments to the SADC Secretariat pursuant to the decision of the 44th SADC Summit. Madam President, I thank you for the time.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV, and we're coming to you live from Coastlands Umhlanga Hotel and Convention Center. Of course, it is the SADC Parliamentary Forum 58th Plenary Assembly session.
And of course, the session is about to go underway. Delegates have just come back from lunch, and they are about to debate the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee as adopted by the 58th Plenary Assembly.
And we know that report was introduced just before we went on lunch, so we'd expect that the debate on that report and the adoption will thus take place. But for now, we can safely tell you that the plenary has adopted the report of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs, as well as the report of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights.
Furthermore to that, they have adopted the report of the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment, together with the report on the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Climate Action. Let's hear the debate that goes with the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Yet again, my name is Mope Khati, a member of Parliament from the National Assembly of Lesotho. Mr. President, I rise to second the motion which has so eloquently been presented by our chairperson, Honorable Kasanda, on the report on the Oversight Committee that went to do a benchmarking exercise in Lesotho. Mr. President, I wish to underscore that the benchmarking visit to Lesotho marked a pioneering step in advancing regional oversight and peer learning. It demonstrated the value of collaboration in tracking domestication of the SADC model laws and highlighted the importance of context-sensitive approaches to legislative reform. The report demonstrates that domestication is not a linear process, and indeed domestication is not an event, it is a process. It requires political will, institutional coordination, stakeholder engagement, and sustained advocacy. Lesotho's experience, marked by the passage of 2 progressive laws, offers a valuable lesson for other member states. In this regard, it is notable that, although not backed by laws, Lesotho has adopted a commendable procedure where any legislative proposals are reviewed against the provisions of the SADC model laws, if applicable. In this regard, allow me to highlight and emphasize the key role played by the leadership of the Parliament of Lesotho, specifically the Office of the Honorable Speaker and the Office of the Clerk, in ensuring that necessary action is taken towards domestication of SADC model laws. I therefore take this opportunity to enjoin all Honorable Speakers to take personal interest and use their very influential leadership positions to promote the domestication of the SADC model laws in their respective parliaments. Mr. President, the recommendations contained in the report are both practical and visionary. They call for institutionalization of benchmarking as a standard practice, strengthening capacity building for all actors, enhancing monitoring and evaluation frameworks, promoting intersectoral coordination and mobilizing resources to sustain the momentum. These are not mere aspirations. They are imperatives if we are to realize the transformative potential of our model laws. I must also acknowledge the support that was accessed by Parliament of Lesotho under the Sexual and Reproductive Health Rights and HIV and AIDS Governance Climate Change project, which has been pivotal in facilitating the work that the Parliament of Lesotho has done in advocating and actualizing the domestication of the SADC model laws and the related policy instruments. Finally, but not all the least, allow me to thank all the stakeholders, including individual parliamentarians, parliamentary committees, ministries, and other government entities, CSOs and UN agencies who engaged with the committee during the visit in Lesotho for their generous sharing of their expertise, knowledge, experience, which has greatly enriched our report. I further call upon all parliamentarians to take interest and consider adopting some of the progressive steps that Lesotho has taken in domestication of the model laws. As I mentioned, honorable members, we did realize during the benchmarking process that domestication by itself, it's a process. It is not an event that happens all at once and say the law has been domesticated. What Lesotho has been doing, every time that they enact any form of legislative instrument in parliament, they use the model law as a guideline. They use it as a reference to all the time refer to the model law to say, if we are dealing with a law on any social issue, what does the model law say about this? So every time you'll find that there are some provisions that will be then borrowed from the model law into new legislative instruments that actually are being enacted in Lesotho. So that by itself is still taken as domestication. It doesn't happen that all at once the model law is domesticated with all the entire provisions within the model law. So this was a very good lesson to understand. So it will inform how then do we monitor the process of domestication. Now that we have learned, it's something that can happen over a period of time, not necessarily at one instance. By so saying, Mr. President, I so second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we move, I shall now allow debate on the motions. Members who wish to debate shall indicate by showing of hand. Namibia, Madagascar, Namibia, Zambia, Lesotho, Botswana, May Speaker, Botswana, Honorable. May you move from front, please?
From that corner, it's Zambia, huh?
Yeah. Okay. Namibia, the floor is yours.
Honorable President, honorable members, allow me to share with the Assembly the progress and the challenges made by Namibia to eradicate child marriages and gender-based violence. In terms of child marriages, the Child Care and Protection Act of 2015 prohibits child marriages and agreement to get married in all forms, whether it's civil, customary, or religious. The minimum age of marriage is 18, with criminal penalties for those who arrange or participate in child marriages. And in terms of gender-based violence, Honorable President, honorable members, gender-based violence, the Combating of Domestic Violence Act of 2003 provides broad protection against physical, sexual, emotional, economic, and psychological abuse. And the Act enables survivors to obtain protection orders, restrict abusers, and covers both formal and informal domestic relationships. Allow me to gather the progress and challenges. Legally, Namibia is largely aligned with the SADC model laws. As I am moving to conclude, honorable members, issues such as underreporting, persistent gender-based violence, and isolated cases of child marriage particularly influenced by harmful cultural practices, still pose challenges, and the implementation gaps remain in areas such as enforcement, community-level awareness, and data monitoring. And with these contributions, I support the report in its totality, and I submit.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable. Now we move to Zambia. Thank you. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nyemba Julian from Parliament of Zambia. In supporting the motion to adopt the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Law Oversight Committee, I wish to share with this plenary assembly how Zambia has applied one of the committee's recommendations, particularly the call for SADC member parliaments to institutionalize the domestication of modern laws. In line with the recommendation, Zambia has actively engaged with the SADC Parliamentary Forum to align national registration with the SADC model law on eradicating child marriage. Our Legal Services Department played a crucial role in this process. It is important to clarify that Legal Services Department analyzes international instruments when brought to Parliament for ratification. This analysis is intended for use by the committee assigned to consider the international agreement. In this instance, their analysis helped identify gaps between model laws and our domestic legislation and guided the reform process. As a result, Zambia undertook significant legislative laws reforms, bringing the Marriage Act into conformity with the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, particularly the provision prohibiting marriage under the age of 18. This effort culminated into the enactment of the landmark Marriage Amendment Act of 2023, which explicitly declares that any marriage involving a child is void, whether entered into under statutory or customary law. Prior to these reforms, Mr. President, inconsistency between the Marriage Act and customary practices had allowed child marriages to persist in some communities. The 2023 amendment has closed this gap entirely, ensuring that all child marriages are unequivocally invalid. With these few remarks, Mr. President, I wish to reaffirm my full support for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we move to Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also support that the motion be accepted. My name is Adumelang Saleshando from Botswana. I think the value addition of the model laws is there for everyone to see. They are a template against which we can measure ourselves. In the case of Botswana, it was only when we were looking at the model law, or rather dealing with abolishing child marriages, that we are able to establish that even though in the case of Botswana, we forbid child marriages, but there are exceptions. For example, cultural marriages, as well as religious marriages. And we're in the process of trying to make sure that we eliminate those. Because the moment you have exceptions, they take you exactly back to where you wanted to, the space you wanted to exit. But I wanted to just make one critical point that applies not only to Botswana. You see, the ability with which we are able to amend our domestic laws, to align them with the model laws, also depends on the progress that individual parliaments have made to attain their independence. In the case of Botswana, it's very difficult to get a private member's bill on the floor of Parliament. It's complex. You are on your own. The government relevant departments with legal expertise on drafting will drag their legs because the executive simply wants to dominate the space. And I think we possibly also need to, as Sadc-Pf, to look at institutions that would support parliaments with the skills required. I had the benefit at one point of bringing forward a law on freedom of information, and was primarily assisted by regional players to formulate a draft of the law. So I think we may need to, as a collective, look into ways in which we are able to create capacity within individual parliaments on how you can bring your ideas of bridging the gap between our domestic laws and the model law. I think that is the point I wanted to make. I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker. Now we move to Madagascar.
Thank you very much. August Assembly, concerning the application and the oversight of model laws in SADC. Would it be possible to think and to streamline different action plans, concrete action plans that would take into account countries' realities and challenges in order that we find solutions that are appropriate? Here, I want to talk about child marriage. We know roughly what it is about. If we take into account local traditions and customs, if we set out realistic objectives and goals coming from the sphere of local arena, we can have results. We are aware that we have a long way to go. But despite this, I really support this model law and this report, because this is what will allow us to move forward.
I now call upon to Chairperson of the committee, Honorable Kasanda, to respond.
Thank you very much,
E a
Mr.
palavra, Sr. Presidente.
Sorry.
Muito obrigada. Sr.
Angola.
Presidente,
Thank you, Honorable President. I also wish to make a comment on the oversight on model law, in particular for the reason that I was part of the delegation that visited Lesotho. I consider that exercise was extremely positive. We had the opportunity to hear firsthand all stakeholders in Lesotho working in the area of domestication of the model laws. I know that the domestication of law is not a walk in the park, as it was also said by the colleague from Lesotho, whom I support. Many stakeholders are involved. I would like to submit to the Assembly that the SADC Secretariat, as it was also stated by Madagascar, such activities to other countries and parliaments. Some may be more advanced in comparison to others. There are some challenges in the domestication of laws. We then should ensure that the committees should visit various countries in order to assist in the domestication of model laws. I consider that my visit to Lesotho was of great importance. It was a successful study. My proposal is that we should generalize such activities. I wish to express my support for the adoption of the report, even though I am also a member of the same committee. Thank you. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. I now call upon the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Kassanda, to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, clearly from the debates, we are all drivers of progress, and it would be important for all member states to domesticate the model laws on eradicating child marriage, protecting children already in marriage, and the model law on gender-based violence, because I think all of us in our member states, we are all experiencing the same thing, and it is a serious concern for all of us. Mr. President, I would like to sincerely thank all the members that debated and supported the report, and those that did not debate, but I know they supported in their hearts. Mr. President, just to mention the countries that are debated, Zambia and Namibia. Clearly, I think they spoke about prohibiting of the marriages under the age of 18. So both of them on the same wavelength. And Botswana actually spoke about I think posed a question. The question is, how do we create capacity within our parliaments with the help of SADC? So I think that's also food for thought for all of us, and also just to thank Madagascar and Angola for the support that they have shown to this motion. And Mr. President, I would also like to say that in the third funding, similar missions will be undertaken or will be planned for, and the next ones are Angola and DRC. Mr. President, I thank you, and thank you once again for all that debated and those that debated in their hearts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I put the question that the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee be adopted. Yes? Are there any objections? The report of Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee is adopted. Sixth order, The Secretary General shall read the sixth order of the day.
Motion for the adoption of the reports of the 151st IPU Interparliamentary Union Assembly and other related meetings held from the 19th to the 23rd of October 2025 in Geneva, Switzerland.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the 151 IPU Assembly and another relative meeting held from 19 to 23 October of 2025 in Geneva, Switzerland by Honorable Nelly Kashumba Mutti, State Council, member of the IPU Executive Committee and the Speaker of the Parliament of Zambia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My name is Nelly B. Mutti, Speaker, National Assembly of Zambia. Mr. President, I beg to move that the 58th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the 151st Interparliamentary Union Assembly and the related meetings held in Geneva, Switzerland, laid on the table on 2nd December 2025.
I call open Speaker Mutti to present the report. No, I'm sorry. Any seconder?
President and honorable members, my name is Angela Togozile-Tidiza. I wish to second the report of the IPU as being introduced by Speaker Mutti of Zambia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call open Speaker Mutti to present the report. Thank you.
All protocols observed. Mr. President, I'm honored to present a statement on the key outcomes of the 151 Interparliamentary Union Assembly and its related meetings held in Geneva, Switzerland from the 19th to the 23rd of October 2025. The 151st Assembly was held under the theme Upholding Humanitarian Norms and Supporting Humanitarian Action. In terms of participation, Mr. President, 1,103 delegates attended the Assembly, and these were drawn from 129 member parliaments. 5 associate members and 36 observers also took part in the Assembly. Of the 1,103 delegates who attended the Assembly, 594 were member parliaments, and 581 was from member parliaments and 13 from associate member delegations. This included 42 presiding officers and 40 deputy presiding officers. The delegations included 216 women MPs, which is represented 37.1%, and 8 young MPs, representing 13.7%. In terms of outcomes of the 151st Interparliamentary Union, we start with the activity report by the President. The General Assembly was briefed on the report by the President of the IPU on the activities she undertook since the last meeting, these included the meeting with the East African Community Bureau of Speakers of national legislatures in the Eastern Africa Legislative Assembly. Then she chaired a meeting of the Preparatory Committee held in Geneva 28 July 2025 for the 60th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. Then she also attended an interactive multi-stakeholder hearing on 24th July 2025 at the UN headquarters in New York, marking the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. She also chaired ongoing consultative meetings for upcoming elections of the IPU Secretary General, and also chaired virtual meetings of the 2025 Crema Pasi Prize Selection Board. Then the activity report by the Secretary General on the activities for 2025. The Secretary General presented the impact report for the 2025 to the Assembly. In his report, he highlighted some of the major activities undertaken in 2025 in line with IPU strategic objectives. The major highlights during the period under review included the following strategic objective: 1, building effective and empowered parliaments. The Secretary General stated that capacity building was conducted for members of parliament and staff on strengthening committee work, counter-terrorism, gender equality, security, health, and climate. The training was conducted in Benin, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Djibouti, Ethiopia, Ghana, Guinea, and from our region in Lesotho, Namibia, and Zimbabwe. Under Strategic Objective 2, promoting inclusive and representative parliaments, the Secretary General reported that the IPU has conducted national events on inclusive parliaments in Benin, Chad, Niger, Ecuador, Thailand, themed around support for enhanced political participation, women and youth, skills building of women and youth MPs, and support to gender-sensitive self-assessments. Further, he reported that as of October 2025, the percentage of women in Parliament had risen to 27.2% from 26.9% in October 2024, while that of young MPs under 30 had reduced to 2.77% in October 2025 from 2.87% in October 2024. Under Strategic Objective 3, supporting resilient and innovative parliaments, it was reported that the third summit of the Committees of the Future was conducted in Chile in January 2025. Under Strategic Objective 4, catalyzing collective parliamentary action, a number of activities were reported to have been conducted under this strategic objective, including the 150th IPU Assembly in April 2025 in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, the 60th World Conference of Speakers in July 2025, and held engagements with various stakeholders, including the World Health Organization and World Tourism Organization, among others. Annual members reporting exercise. The IPU statutes state that all member parliaments and associate members shall send an annual report of actions taken to follow up on IPU resolutions and decisions, and this is under Article 6 of the statutes. The reporting exercise presented both qualitative and quantitative data provided by national parliaments in 2025, when 38 IPU member parliaments scheduled to report were invited to complete a survey, and all member parliaments were encouraged to take part on voluntary basis. As in previous years, the 2025 edition of the survey was organized and focused on tangible parliamentary measures in the IPU's priority areas as set out in the IPU 2022 to 2026 strategy, as well as the interaction between parliaments and the United Nations. Of the 38 parliaments scheduled to report, 29 returned complete questionnaires, giving a response rate of 76%. IPU financial report. It was gratifying to note that, according to the report submitted by the Secretary General, that the financial situation of the IPU was healthy. In terms of income, it was reported that the subcommittee assessed contribution amounting to Swiss francs 11.9 million Swiss francs, which were invoiced in full at the beginning of the year and attributed as revenue. It was further reported that the integrated assessment on staff salaries was targeted at 104% of the budget. The net budgeted amount was estimated at 1.2 million Swiss francs for 2025. For 2025, the Secretary General had prepared a voluntary funding budget totaling 4.5 million Swiss francs. An opening balance of 5.4 million Swiss francs was available at the start of the year for programs in 2025 and beyond. New resources were received in net 1.1 million Swiss francs. He informed the committee that the amount was added to the opening balance, resulting in a sum of 6.5 million Swiss francs. Further voluntary funding was due before the end of the year, and the new funding sources were being developed for coming years. The subcommittee emphasized the need for geopolitical groups to assist in identifying partners for resource mobilization in voluntary funding of the IPU activities. I think this is where we need to draw a lesson from as a regional body, that even organizations like IPU, they do not depend on membership subscriptions only. They are looking outward for voluntary contributions. And I remember when we met as an executive committee in Namibia, we did talk about each one of us identifying these international corporations that are operating in our regions or in our countries. If we can approach them and ask for funding, I think all we need is the Secretariat to come up with a concept note on what should be presented to these international corporations, so that when we talk to them, we speak with one voice. And then we can be able to raise some funds. Because for now, as the report by the chair of finance, we are not doing so well in terms of resources. So we need to do something. I believe that as leaders, we need to start looking for solutions, because complaining only will not put money on the table. So we should all go out there as speakers. I think we speak with a lot of authority. And if we can approach even 5 corporations in each of our countries, we can even get 1, get 2. If they can contribute, at least we'll be able to fund the organization. And that will go towards even supporting the members of staff. Because I can give an example of Zambia. We did identify a member of staff who was willing to join the secretariat in Namibia. But after everything was settled, when he looked at the salary, because there was nothing else apart from maintaining the same salary that he was going to keep. So he was discouraged, because when you look at accommodation, I'm sure accommodation is expensive. He's got a family, education is expensive. So we need to find solutions. There must be some incentive to encourage our members of staff to look forward to being attached to the secretariat. Otherwise, we'll have no other option but to increase the subscription. And I know members are not very keen on increasing subscriptions, so it remains for all of us to do something. If we can commit that the next assembly will be able to talk about 1 or 2 people that have come on board to support, I think it will be better. So I think that is one issue that we need to address. Then when it came to amendment of the IPU statutes and rules, the Assembly was informed that since its establishment in March 2024, the working group on amendments to the IPU statutes and rules had examined proposals received from IPU member parliaments, geopolitical groups, bureaus of women parliamentarians, and Bureau of Young Parliamentarians, and prepared 2 rounds of amendment proposals which were adopted by the IPU governing bodies in October 2024 and April 2025, respectively. The Assembly heard that a series of outstanding issues were presented to the Executive Committee in Olympia, Greece in June 2025, and that the EXCO endorsed the submissions of further amendments. A was amendment to formalize the status of non-voting observers for parliaments no longer functioning on the territory of the country concerned, and 2, a series of amendments to the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians to improve the committee's geopolitical composition. Elections and appointment, a number of elections were circulated, and members were appointed to various positions, and these were circulated to geopolitical groups. Future meetings of the IPU The next IPU, which is 152nd IPU Assembly and related meetings, is scheduled to be held in Istanbul, Turkey, from the 15th to the 19th of April 2026. The 157 IPU Assembly and related meetings is scheduled to be held in the United Republic of Tanzania, but this is still to be confirmed. Parliamentary meetings of COP, of course, it was held in Brazil. This is now water under the bridge. It did happen. Then the Global Conference of Women Parliamentarians is scheduled to be held in Serbia from the 2nd to the 4th of June 2025. In terms of IPU resolutions, adoption of the Geneva Declaration upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis, endorsed by the 151st IPU Assembly. The General Assembly at the 151st IPU Assembly in Geneva, Switzerland, reaffirmed its commitment to upholding and promoting respect for international humanitarian law and supporting humanitarian action. In terms of recognizing and supporting the victims of illegal international adoption and taking measures to prevent this practice, the General Assembly of the IPU adopted by consensus the resolution on recognizing and supporting the victims of illegal international adoption and taking measures to prevent the practice. Among others, the Assembly urged all states, regardless of whether they are parties to the Convention on the Rights of the Child or the Hague Convention on Protection of Children and Cooperation in respect of inter-country adoption, to formally acknowledge the existence of illegal inter-country adoptions and their impact on children and their families, and to implement the necessary legal, administrative, and investigative measures to bring to account those responsible and to prevent their occurrence and recurrence in accordance with relevant international agreements, while maintaining confidence in legal adoptions carried out in accordance with international standards. In terms of recommendation to elect the first woman to the post of the United Nations Secretary General, motion adopted by the IPU Standing Committee on United Nations Affairs. The IPU Standing Committee on United Nations Affairs affirmed the position that in the context of the current process for selecting the next United Nations Secretary General in 2026, the historic moment has come to elect a woman as United Nations Secretary General, both as a matter of principle and as a demonstration of the United Nations commitment to ensuring equality for all. To this end, member countries were encouraged to engage with their governments' leadership to initiate a search for women candidates as soon as possible, with a view to ensuring a large pool of highly qualified women candidates for election by the Security Council. I don't know if we have thought of any woman candidate yet, but if we haven't, please, let's do something. It gives us an opportunity to participate in all these events. On emergency item, pursuant to Rule 11 of IPU Statute and Rules, the following two requests for inclusion as an emergency item were submitted. The first one was Global Call for Parliamentary Solidarity and Coordinated Action on Madagascar. The request was submitted by South Africa on behalf of Africa Geopolitical Group. And the second one was Parliamentary Action Against Transitional Organized Crime, Cybercrime, and Hybrid Threats to Democracy and Human Security. The request was submitted by Thailand, Argentina, Chile, Poland, and Sweden, with the support of group of Latin America and Caribbean and the 12+. From the names, you can see that African, we were not, we didn't have so much support. But anyway, we tried our best. At least we even reached the 2/3, although we didn't. The other topic got more votes, but we managed. But if we had all voted together as unit and we had the support of the Middle East, we would have carried the day. But anyway, it was all not lost in vain, because after we lost that inclusion of that item as an emergency item, we made representations to the Secretary General and to the Executive Committee, and eventually the Assembly proceeded with a statement on the situation in Madagascar. So that at least was a consolation. But if we all vote together, if we resolve, and also we always say that before we go for IPU, let's start looking for these items, emergency items that we want to be included. Because if we just go there and as an afterthought, we are just now trying to hunt for a topic, for an item to be included, we will not garner the necessary support. But always to be prepared is to be safe and to win. But if we go there thinking that it's a walk in the park, then we will not be able to make it. Then the next is selection and recruitment of the new Secretary General. This is another item. The Secretary General was briefed on the recruitment process of the new Secretary General for the organization following the successful completion of the 2 terms mandated by the current Secretary General pursuant to Article 27 of the statutes. A total of 58 applications were received, and 20 has so far been shortlisted. Allow me to give you a summary of the selection process and timeframes for the members to appreciate the process. In terms of the activities of selection, publication, candidates submit their applications, examination of candidates. We have all gone through that. Now we have reached a point where each member of the Executive Committee will draw up a short list of 5 candidates and inform the registrar about their choices. So each Executive Committee member is supposed to vote for or identify 5 candidates and then submit those names to the registrar. Then they will add up and see which members have gotten more votes and whatever. So the process will then continue. 5 candidates who receive the largest number of votes will be invited to an interview, and this will take place in Turkey in the 152nd Assembly. Then after the interview, the final candidates will be announced, and 2 or more candidates retained by the executive will be able to present their manifestos to the geopolitical groups, to the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, and to the Forum of Young Parliamentarians. Then in March 20, the Governing Council at the same assembly will now elect the new Secretary General by secret ballot, following a 5-minute presentation to the Governing Council. So then they will be given 3 months' notice to allow for them to take up the position. Then the position is to be taken beginning of 1st July 2026. Again, we need to find out which candidate as a SADC Parliamentary Forum or SADC Parliament. Let me just say as SADC Parliament, because I think we now need to graduate from the forum. Which candidate are we supporting? I know that Rwanda has a candidate, but apart from receiving individual letters as countries from people who are soliciting for support, I think as a parliament, we need to, a regional parliament, we need to start identifying which candidate we are going to support. So it's important. I think the Secretariat should lead us in that so that we work together. We can be able to vote for a candidate that is going to represent us or somebody we are going to support. I don't know in terms of Africa, because the previous SG is an African, whether they will say now we need another region or what, I don't know. But let's push our candidate and see what goes on, because the rules do not say there should be rotation. It's just people who qualify, they are presented. There are women, there are men, but I think as the UN Secretary General now, they are looking for a man. Men, for a woman. Please, men, don't feel like we are trying to overshadow you. It's just time for women. It's our time, so please just support us. Let me conclude by, once again, place on record my gratitude for being privileged to represent the SADC group on the EXCO for the IPU. I believe that these highlights will help member parliaments to take stock of emerging issues at the IPU. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Nelly. I do agree the time is for women now, and all of the men support African women. Okay, Saleh Nawalo, the second Honorable Speaker Tuku Didiza, Chairperson of IEP African Geographically Group, to present her second speech. More women, eh?
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Vice President, ESCO members of SADC Parliamentary Forum, and speakers of SADC and those of the South African legislative sector, and honorable members, good afternoon. South Africa rises with great honor to second the motion so ably moved by Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, Speaker Mutti, that this plenary assembly adopts the report of the 151st Interparliamentary Union Assembly and related meetings held in Geneva, Switzerland, from 19th to 23rd October 2025. I can attest to the report as presented, having been the chairperson of the Africa Geopolitical Group that ensured that our members' participation is to the maximum. Allow me to begin by thanking the mover of the motion, Speaker Nelly B. Mutti, Senior Counsel, for the eloquent manner in which she has moved the motion, but also for the eloquent manner in which she has represented our region into the IPU structures. I wish to state from the outset that South Africa fully supports the motion to adopt the report and the report of the 151st Interparliamentary Union Assembly and related meetings held in Geneva, Switzerland from 19 to 23rd October 25, as it reflects not only the deliberations held in Geneva, but also collective commitment of our parliaments to safeguard humanitarian norms, strengthen international cooperation, and advance the values that define the Interparliamentary Union. We particularly welcome the comprehensive overview of the Assembly's outcome, including the reaffirmation of international humanitarian law through the Geneva Declaration, the decisive stance taken to support victims of illegal international adoption, the strong call to ensure that the global leadership of the United Nations reflect gender equality, including at the level of the Secretary General, and the important work undertaken on membership, governance reforms, financial stewardship, and preparations for future assemblies. Mr. President, honorable members, indeed I also wish to affirm the commitment that we made and will continue to advocate for as women in the IPU, that this time the SG must be a woman. We are also pleased that the emergency item, which we sponsored on the situation on Madagascar, was brought to the fore, reflecting our region's shared concern for peace, constitutional order, and democratic stability. We are encouraged by the unity displayed by the Assembly in speaking out against unconstitutional changes of government. We further commend the transparency outlined in the recruitment process of the new Secretary General, which underscores the IPU's commitment to accountability and procedural integrity. Mr. President, I want to commend the SADC region in the way in which its delegates really participated in all the relevant committees of the IPU and represented our region ably, even within the Africa Geo-Parliamentary Group. This report, honorable members, captures the essence of the IPU's work, collaboration, solidarity, and the strengthening of parliamentary diplomacy, It is therefore fitting that this plenary assembly of SADC adopts the report and continues to draw guidance from its resolution and recommendations therein. Mr. President, honorable members, as I conclude, allow me to once again thank Honorable Mutti for bringing the decisions of the 151st IPU Assembly and related meetings to the fore. We wish to second this motion. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I shall now allow debate on the motion. Members who wish to debate shall indicate it by show of hands. Eswatini, let us first South Africa second, Zambia, Botswana. Who else, please? No, there is someone. I don't want to miss. Zambia? It's okay? Okay. Let's move to Eswatini. Floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Senator Dr. Linda Nxumalo from the Kingdom of Eswatini, and I rise to support the motion ably made by my two respective honorable speakers. Mr. President, I'm particularly intrigued by the notion of wanting to have the next Secretary General of the UN as being a woman. And I was just thinking of, the benefits of that for SADC. And first of all, I think it will help us as the SADC community to have increased representation and inclusion of women. A female SG would symbolize a significant step towards gender parity, international leadership, and aspiring women and girls in SADC would be influenced positively in the leadership space. Secondly, prioritization of women issues will be key and core in the discourse of addressing issues of gender parity at the UN platform. A woman SG would likely prioritize issues like women's empowerment, gender-based violence, and women's participation in peace processes aligning with SADC goals. Mr. President, I also believe that women leaders often bring unique conflict resolution, unique perspectives and skills to conflict resolutions, which would lead to more effective mediation and diplomacy in SADC conflict-prone regions. The other one as well, Mr. President, is the issue of role modeling and empowerment. A female SG would serve as a powerful role model, encouraging women and girls to take up leadership roles in SADC and beyond. A woman SG would also bring diverse perspectives and experiences, enhancing the UN's ability to address global challenges like climate change and poverty and inequality, just to name a few. As I conclude my submission, Mr. President, I also do want to highlight that SADC has already made significant strides in promoting women's participation in politics, with countries like Mozambique and South Africa achieving gender parity in their cabinets. And Namibia, of course. A female UN SG would reinforce these efforts and inspire further progress. With those words, Mr. President, I support the motion. I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We support the women. Next, we move to South Africa.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And I also want to support the motion, but I do want to make some few remarks which might be controversial in supporting this motion. I do support the call for inclusive leadership. And I think it's important that when we talk about inclusive leadership, we contextualize, and I think my previous colleague has really went to great length in contextualizing the reasons why we need to have an SG who's a woman. But I think there is a serious conversation that we need to have as well, where we've seen in some instances where women have just become dead quiet, in instances where women leaders are doing a huge disservice. And one would have really hoped that with the situation that is happening, for example, in Tanzania, these are some of the issues that we need to pay attention to as this body. I also welcome the readmission of Niger as a member body of IPU, but also at the same time, I think we need to have a serious conversation as SADC. I'm looking at some of the developments, in our own region as to whether we are doing enough as this body to discuss the behaviors of some of the countries who are part of it, whether they are indeed meet the requirements in terms of the values and the principles of this body and what we want to achieve as this body, so that we can be open and honest about what is it that we can contribute in making sure that the behavior, of those member states who are part of our region are really, whether they are assisting this region to meet its objectives. So with those few comments, Chair, I think I want to support this report, but with those remarks, hoping that we can really have a serious discussion around those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have one more honorable from South Africa.
Thank you very much, President. Good afternoon once more, President and everyone. Very much in line with my colleague, where women leaders are ruling, and it is always welcome to see women leaders climbing up the ladder of power and having to groom and motivate young women leaders to take up space and cement themselves as leaders that should rule society. We all know that women are mostly primary givers, and they are primary givers in every space that they occupy. However, Mr. President, the report looks very beautiful, and we do not expect that this report would have dealt with the issues that have befelled the SADC in the recent activities. Their latest activity being that of Tanzania's elections is very worrisome, and it will be amiss of all of us to not have a resolution on the report as it was produced by a team that went to oversee and supervise elections in SADC. It is very clear in terms of all that which has taken place at Tanzania. It's not in line with the rules that govern SADC elections in terms of fairness. We have seen the blocking of opposition. It couldn't participate. The arrest of political leaders, especially those of opposition, and the deployment of state machinery which is supposed to be utilized to protect the citizens, but it was utilized to suppress protest and uncalled for, as it represents a deep moral and political failure. And as SADC, we should also look into that, escalate it as well through our team that is in the IPU if there could be an intervention. Thank you very much, President.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable. Now we move to Zambia. No, I finished. Sorry, my apologies, because South Africa is 3, not 300. Okay, I give the floor to the third one, South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Kosana David, a member of Parliament and a member here of SADC. You know, my colleagues almost said mouthfully of what I wanted to say here, but I want to agree with them that perhaps women as well, they have to be vocal when it comes to the issues of war, especially in some of our SADC countries as well. They must raise their voices, and hopefully the Secretary General, if we succeed to be elected as well, will raise those issues as well, because sometimes women are quiet when it comes to these war-zone countries. And we've been looking at that for many years, that when there's war, mostly they keep quiet, they submit, and we need to support them as well to make sure that at least we are not like the other countries, you know, like in Asia, where countries like China, North Korea, and others, women are not recognized at all. You know, we are trying to make sure that we balance, especially in South Africa. We are trying our best, and some other countries as well, they followed suit, and we hope that all the support, and women in particular, will support the Secretary General if she's elected as a woman as well. But suffice to say that, Mr. President, is that, you know, we are evolving as SADC, you know, as well. We should not be a talk shop. You know, our action must speak louder than words. You know, it should not be about optics. We must make sure that we follow what we agreed upon. When we come into the next meeting in Seychelles, maybe in your country, not necessarily in it, but maybe in your country, all what we agreed upon here will have been followed through. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable. Now we move to Zambia now. Yes, I got it. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this chance to make a contribution on this very important motion. Mr. President, allow me to join the seconder in thanking the mover of the motion, Right Honorable Ms. Nelly B. Mutti, Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, for the eloquent manner she has moved the motion. I also join the seconder, Mr. President, in supporting the motion to adopt the report of the 151st Interparliamentary Union Assembly and related matters held in Geneva, Switzerland from 19th to 23rd October 2025. Mr. President, Zambia fully supports the report, particularly the issue that the seconder hinged on, which is the IPU's firm stance on defending democracy and constitutional order. The report rightly reminds us that the unconstitutional changes of governments undermine the very tenets of democracy that SADC member states strongly stand for. Unconstitutional changes of governments, Mr. President, undermine stability, thereby weakening institutions and endangering the rights and safety of our citizens. Mr. President, as SADC, we need to stand firm against unconstitutional changes of governments, as this brings about instability. Instability in any country is instability in the entire SADC region. Our countries are interconnected, and therefore, instability anywhere, Mr. President, is instability everywhere. By speaking with one voice, we strengthen our collective resolve to uphold democratic principles and protect the will of the people. With these few remarks, Mr. President, I support the motion. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We move. The next is Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Botswana also rises to support the motion. The report by IPU is presented by the Right Honorable Speaker of Zambia, seconded by the Speaker of the Parliament of South Africa. Botswana takes a considered view that the SADC geopolitical group has been well represented in the IPU by strong, competent, and able women, right from the top. At the IPU, we have the President Tulia Ackson, former Speaker of the Parliament of the United Republic of Tanzania. We have the Africa Geopolitical Group, Representative Speaker of South Africa, Mtoko Didiza. We also have the Speaker of Zambia in the EXCO, Senior Counsel Nelly Kashumba Mutti. And I think we need to give ourselves a pat on the back and say we have done really well and we shouldn't regress as a SADC geopolitical group. And of course, the able secretariat led by Her Excellency Boemo Sapoma. We have made inroads. These are important milestones that Botswana doesn't take lightly. But it's also important that we discuss and try our best to minimize differences by not insisting on the right to be elected such that it obscures the bigger picture. What happened in Luanda, where 4 African countries, especially the SADC geopolitical group, when we had a resolution from Arusha and agreed as a forum that we will support the former Speaker of the United Republic of Tanzania, but we could have easily shot ourselves on the foot if we were competing with other continents by having 2 competitors from one geopolitical group, 2 from the SADC region. I think what happened there, we need to reflect on it and see that going forward, that doesn't ever happen again. We have Mtoko Didiza, I think, reign in the representing us in the Africa Geopolitical Group. I think it's coming to an end. I think it's giving to Ghana. And so, as the region, we need to be on the lookout for our representation not being watered down, such that there are many committees where we can serve. We need to support each other. We need to encourage each other. We need to see that we are still represented in the IPU so that our geopolitical group agenda or items are in the agenda of the IPU.
Point of order?
I think that's very important.
Voice from South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. President. My thoughts and apology. I just wanted to find out, the honorable member, are we allowed to wear caps in the House? I'm just asking. Thank you.
Oh, the cap is a political statement. I'm sure if you ask the South Africans, they will probably help you with what my cap is all about. But I can remove it if you want. If it helps you. Yeah. And so the other thing that we need to also focus on, Mr. President, is the putting African issues in the agenda of the IPU, because sometimes we are drowned by what's happening in other parts of the world. We have had the Israeli-Palestine issue dominating the discussion, but I'm not in any way trying to detract from the importance of the issue. It's a very, very important issue. But sometimes, as Africans, it looks like we don't have issues in Sudan, we don't have issues in the DRC, we don't have issues in Mozambique and other parts of Africa. And we need to be on the lookout for that, Mr. President. And I fully support the change or the amendments to the IPU statute that will move Africa forward. The emergency item issue, we have failed for many times to agree on an emergency item. And I think it's imperative, it's important that moving forward, we amend the statute to allow for more emergency items, especially with emphasis on African issues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Honorable. We move to speaker from Namibia.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable President. I would also like to join others that have spoken in support of the report tabled by the Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of Zambia, seconded by the Honorable Speaker of the Assembly of the Republic of South Africa. And I would like to specifically talk to the issue of the proposal to advocate for a female Secretary General of the United Nations. I think it is timely that women are given an opportunity to serve in that capacity. In fact, that their skills and capabilities to serve in that position are recognized, because women have demonstrated their capabilities as leaders in their families, in their communities, in their countries, to serve as leaders. And in our countries, including both South Africa and Namibia, where there were injustices during the colonial period and during the apartheid period, women stood up to be counted, putting their very lives on the line in order to fight for freedom. So I have full confidence that women have the motivation, the courage, the capability to advocate for what is important in our global community and to help in finding solutions to complex issues that are facing our world today by being given that opportunity to serve in that capacity. Yes, of course, the concerning issues that are experienced in a number of countries within our region and on the continent are noted, and it is agreed that we should make sure that they are addressed and that going forward we minimize incidences of their reoccurrence. But I think this issue of a female future SG of the UN should continue to enjoy the limelight that it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I now call upon to Speaker Nelly Kashumba Mutti to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much for the honorable members that have supported the motion. And just by way of comment, this report consists of what happened at the 151st IPU meeting. The issue of Tanzania was never reported, so I cannot report it in my report because I'll be doing something that is not correct. Of course, there are concerns about what happened in Tanzania or what is happening in Tanzania, and I believe the EXCO, our EXCO for Sadc-Pf, has discussed this issue. And I think when the report was being presented by the EXCO, that issue should have been discussed. Otherwise, if we need to address the issue of Tanzania, it should come in as another item or any other business. But of course, we need to talk about it. Of course, we don't have the facts on the ground. It's very difficult to be making assumptions. Tanzanian delegation is not itself here, so we have to approach these things with caution. Then on SADC, I don't believe that the SADC Parliamentary Forum did observe elections in Tanzania. I know that the Great Lakes Conference on Great Lakes did observe the elections in Tanzania, but definitely not SADC. So there is no report on how the elections went, but I'm sure the Secretariat will be able to clarify on that issue. Then we need, of course, the emphasis for us to work together as a region is very, very, very important. If our issues have to find themselves on the agenda of IPU. I'm sure, as I discussed earlier on, or as I stated earlier on, the issue of Madagascar was worrying at that time for us, and we didn't have any information. We kept on calling and calling. When the emergency item was defeated, we still put pressure that we needed to say something about Madagascar, and that is how the statement on Madagascar was issued after we made appeals to the acting president of IPU and also the Secretary General of the IPU. Otherwise, thank you very much, honorable members, honorable speakers, for the support. The issue of ensuring that we have women, we are not saying that any woman should be able to take a position. There are women all over, not only from Africa, but all over the world. There are women who are vying for these positions. When a woman vies for the position, it's up to us to support that particular woman. So, as I said, it's time for women, but of course we need to identify which candidates are we supporting. We have to make a deliberate effort ourselves as an organization to identify those women and support them. If the women are not there, of course we'll support the men. But as I said, it's time for women. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nelly. Where is that? I put a question that a report of regional primary. I'm sorry. That's why you are. Sorry. I put a question that the report on 150 IPU Assembly and another related meeting held from 19 to 23 October of 2025 in Geneva, Switzerland, is adopted. Yes? Are any objections? No. Where?
It's adopted. It's duly adopted.
It's duly adopted. Okay, to return back with the question that Honorable South Africa raised for the cap that to clarify on the point of the order, Sadc-Pf does not have a formal dress code. I'm mindful that in South Africa, a cap is considered as informal. That I will guarantee exceptional to the Honorable Speaker. He is decently dressed. Thank you very much. So.
adjournment.
Thank you very much. Honorable member, we have reached the end of our business today. The plenary assembly will adjourn until Thursday, 4th of December at 9 local time. Thank you very much.
And there you have it, day 4 of the SADC Parliamentary Forum that is now the 58th Assembly that is undergoing here in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. And that was the end of day 4, where there were motions of adoptions and reports that the member states were reporting on, debating and adopting.
And of course, this afternoon's session started with the debate on the adoption of the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, and that was moved by its chairperson, Honorable Chushi Kasanda, and of course it was seconded by Honorable Hope Kati, who was one of the committee members, and that report was adopted.
And of course, the second motion that was up for adoption in the last session is the report of the adoption of the report on the 151st IPU Assembly and other related meetings held from the 19th to the 23rd of October 2025 in Geneva, Switzerland. And the mover hereof was Honorable Nelly Kashumba, and the seconder was Honorable Toko Didiza.
And to those who have just joined us at home, you were watching the Parliament TV's live broadcast of Day 4 of the 58th SADC Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly session, coming to you live from Coastal Lands Umhlanga Hotel and Conference Center in Durban. Of course, the theme is the role of the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region, and the role of Parliament in climate change mitigation and adaptation. Of course, this is the theme that's framed the whole week, spotlighting how climate change hits women and young people hardest, and calling on legislatures to step up with gender-responsive laws and stronger oversight.
And of course, the conversations that have been ongoing here on Parliament TV is a strong emphasis that climate change and the impact thereof is not just environmental, but it is economic, it is social. Now, when we're talking about socio-economic issues that climate change and the disasters that are as a result of course, it perpetuates issues such as poverty, unemployment, and other issues such as inequality that are happening within our SADC regions. And of course, forums such as this one, the platform that members have, allows them to come up with solutions and to share and learn from each other to ensure that there are tangible solutions for these problems.
And just for you, so that you can make sure that you are well informed, let's have a look at our screens.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Parliament TV, coming to you from the final stages of the 58th Sadc Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly in Durban. And it is the end of day 4 of this critical regional gathering, and the deliberations have moved from the powerful opening calls to action into substantive debate and planning. Now, following the resounding opening messages from Speaker Didiza and the Sadc-Pf President, keynote address by the Deputy President Paul Mashatile, which framed the climate change as a crisis of inequality and called for a fully fledged Sadc Parliament by 2026. The Assembly has been deep in discussion. Now, as we near the conclusion, the focus shifts from identifying problems to solidifying commitments. We are now at a crucial moment to assess what concrete steps have emerged and what leadership will be required going forward. It is the perfect time to reconnect with one of the central voices of this forum. We are once again joined and honored by the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Ms. Thoko Didiza. Ma, thank you so much for joining us at Parliament TV.
Thank you very much, Tsepo, and your listeners.
I know it's been a long day.
It has been, but a fruitful one.
Yes, tangible results coming from this forum. Mama Thoko, let's talk to how you framed climate change in the opening ceremony. You said that it's a crisis of inequality, right? And now, as we near the end of this plenary, what specific resolutions or shared understandings have emerged and that give you confidence that ultimately, when leaders do leave this forum, that these are the solutions that will infiltrate down into the countries?
Thank you very much, Tsepo. From framing the debate when we opened the session,
yes,
we then had a symposium on the 1st of December. And I must say that we were enriched in this discussion by having the Minister of Human Settlement. We also had the Acting Director General of Land Reform and Rural Development, who actually shared the role of geoinformation systems as well as drone technology, how it could actually be used as one of the solutions in trying to help in terms of early warning systems, but also how to actually identify some of the damages post the flood close to real time, actually, and how this technology can be shared across government with private sector, but also regionally.
Yes.
We also had the Deputy Director General of Department of Environmental Affairs, who actually told us about the frameworks that at a country level have been looked at on how we can deal with issues of mitigation and adaptation, but also what are the conversations at the regional level,
yes,
at the continental level, what frameworks have been agreed to at those levels, but also what are the ongoing discussions within the global forum, particularly as we know that we've come back from COP30 in Brazil. What kind of discussions, are there in terms of where we are and where we should go? So these discussions, as well as, I must say, ETHEKWINI municipality, and that was very instructive because we know how ETHEKWINI has experienced a number of disasters arising out of inclement weather pattern, particularly rains, which is still going on now.
Of course.
And we also noted that not long ago, a week ago, we've actually had in the Midlands, Mshwati municipality, freak floods that took away lives. In this dialogue, supported by, site visits on the recovery, certain things emerged. One is accepting the reality of climate change.
Yes.
But also accepting the devastating impact in our region on areas such as infrastructure, on issues of the economy, but also the disruption of lives of communities. And in that regard, it became clear that recognizing the problem is one thing, but we need to move towards the stage of what is it that we need to do?
Yes.
Clearly, one of the things that emerged was we need to be prepared, and therefore early warning system is very critical. I mean, before, all of us used to take for granted, you know, the weather forecast on our television. When that comes after the news, you just think, okay, what next thing must I do?
Of course.
But today, that weather forecast is very critical as a early warning system. But secondly, understanding the topologies where our people and the infrastructure, both social and economic infrastructure, is put. But thirdly, the kind of infrastructure now that we need to have as part of adaptation, acknowledging that climate change is not about to disappear. It will change to another form, maybe. But at the moment, given where we are and what we're seeing as the trends, how do we build the infrastructure that can actually endure these realities of climate today? How do we bring in citizens as part of the conversation and as part of the solution? So having abahlali basemjondolo and also having small-scale farmers agroecology was really good, because they were able to share with us from the perspective of communities, how do we improve our adaptation as well as mitigation issues? I mean, for instance, one of the issues that they raise related to language, to say sometimes one of the disadvantage even in information and communicating, when you say to people, we want to warn people about bad weather in ETHEKWINI, is going to be level 5 orange. What does that mean?
What does that mean?
You say it has now gone down to level 4 yellow. What, other than knowing the colors, but what do those colors signify? Signify. So they were saying it is important that we take into consider the language that will make people respond immediately. Secondly was, how do we also ensure that citizens, in terms of the land rights on better land, are actually enabled? So their argument was, it's one thing to say to people, don't build on wetlands, don't build on close to the river. But if people, that's the land that they think they can access, they're not going to stop. What that means, it's a conversation that the governments, the leaders of people and their communities need to have on the issues of climate change and looking at mitigation and adaptation strategies. That it's not just an issue of government and policy and legislation, but it's an issue that touches communities in their daily lives, and therefore they can't just be the recipients of information, but they must be part and parcel of the solutions on how we need to go forward.
Madam Speaker, you touched on public participation. You touched on ensuring that communication is heard, right? It's understood by the people on the ground. And that we don't just look at the news and when it says -5 hey, kuyobanda, and that's it, right? We must understand the levels, the warnings and everything else that comes with that. Now, with that, of course, in the conversations that have been going on in the forum, governments have indicated that they have challenges with evacuating people. The Minister of Human Settlements of South Africa also stated that sometimes you do communicate and you get people to vacate, and tomorrow there's another group of people that is back there. In terms of Parliament as a whole, how is Parliament ensuring that by performing oversight, but also ensuring that public participation is taken seriously, that there is a proper public participation and that the executive is doing what it's supposed to do in terms of accounting to ensuring that there is public participation?
Well, what came out clear is that the challenge that the Minister of South Africa Human Settlement was raising is actually across the board in the region. It's not just a South African problem, which is why in our response, conversation between citizens, government and parliament and their leaders is important. Because while we may say the issue of land rights is key, which I agree it is, but it is also important that we do not utilize the issue of settlement in wrong places as a matter of advocacy and putting pressure on the land rights question. Because that is shooting ourselves in the foot. You can't say, I want to force government to address the issue of land need by saying I'm going to settle, you know, in a wetland or settle closer to the stream, which I know very well it is difficult. It is also important in our special planning that the special planning legislation need to be understood also by our communities and their leaders. Why is it important that we need to plan our areas in a manner that it creates space for settlement, space for wetlands, space for forestry, and commercial activity? And people must understand why is it important for their own livelihoods, not just for government, not just for their leaders in communities, because it is something, particularly these days, that is very important for protecting lives.
Yes.
Because if those issues are not taken into consideration, when disaster strike, the consequences are very dire.
And Madam Speaker, of course, the overall theme of the Sadc-Pf, this 58th plenary, is the impact of climate change on women and youth, right? In that regard, do you think enough is being done from the engagements that you have had? Do you think enough is being done within the SADC regions to support women, whether they are in agriculture, in entrepreneurship, and youth, after these disasters have struck, in terms of restoration, in terms of ensuring that they become active participants in the economy again after the losses that they encounter?
Maybe let me say, before one gets there, one of the reasons for a theme such as this was to raise awareness, to say climate change is something that it's no more in the distant future. It's something that is already in our daily conversation. But what we should not miss in that debate is that it comes with inequality, or rather it enforces inequality unless we act. And why do we say so? When climate change or inclement weather strikes, be it drought, be it floods, and the shifts that happen in the ecosystem, women always bear the burden of care. Care not only for the sick and infirm, but also care for their families and their livelihoods. So when there is disaster, and sometimes communities are relocated to where they used to be, and the places for the ensuring their livelihoods, such as fetching wood for fire, where there may not be alternative energy such as electricity or wind or any form of other energy, where people still relate to having to go for firewood, where people still have to go and fetch water in the streams, the distances that they now have to walk, but also the vulnerability that comes to that, the threat of their security, the impact on their time where they could be doing other things. So these are some of the issues that we're saying. In dealing with mitigation, in dealing with adaptation, we need to factor in that there are those inherent inequalities that, you know, are unfortunately gendered in the way in which these disasters happen. So that was one element. But also the second element was, when disasters strike, how do we as countries, both as parliament, as governments, actually ensure that we attend to the needs of women and youth? Let me just make another point. If you move people into a facility, do you take into consideration the needs of women and their privacy? Does it come up first on your mind? When you deal with issues of immediate response for relief, do we only think about food? What about women who are nursing children at the time? Does it come immediately that you may need diapers and wet wipes,
practical things,
and milk, you know, for babies? Do you actually think about what women need at that time, because their cycle doesn't change because there has been a disaster?
Of course.
So in the manner in which you provide that immediate relief, in our view as parliamentarians in this forum, we're saying, take note of those things so that you do not worsen that inequality, but you actually close the gap.
So essentially, policies and decisions must be gender sensitive.
Exactly.
Now, Speaker, moving on to the call for a ratified SADC Parliament, right, by August 2026, and this was the centerpiece of the conversation as well. What momentum has been built around this goal in the last 4 days, and what is the specific immediate plan for South Africa's Parliament to champion this ratification process?
Fortunately, South Africa has championed that process. Lesotho, which was one of the countries that was still lagging behind, indicated to us how far they are. Actually, they are close to approving that ratification in their parliament. We also encouraged Malawi, which is now the last country that is remaining once Lesotho approves. So it would actually cover all the 15 countries. But in terms of the statute of SADC, actually we can start to work even now as a parliament. But we think it is important that all countries in the region should actually ratify it.
And of course, Speaker, we had the P20, which was successful. We had the G20 just a few weeks ago as well. And now it's the Sadc-Pf, all on South African soil, all in the African continent, which is of importance because now the voice of Africans can be heard. Now, in this regard, just tell our viewers, the citizens of these regional countries as well, why it is important to practice active citizenship, to engage in the conversations that leaders such as yourself are having on such platforms.
Well, we all know that parliamentarians are actually public representatives. It is the public that bring us into the spaces to carry their concerns and their aspirations, to make sure that we make their lives to be better and be different than what their yesterdays have been. And therefore, it is very important that when such conversations are held, we take our people along. They understand why and what are these issues that are being debated, which reflects their concerns. And one thing that for me is good about SADC is that the SADC Parliamentary Forum doesn't meet in one place. We actually rotate. And that rotation helps member parliaments to appreciate the lived reality of their colleagues and the peoples of the region. They are able to understand how they can collaborate with other parliaments for the greater good. And you remember that these structures are not only structures that are for government alone, or parliamentarians alone, the essence of forming the Southern African Development Community is actually about the people. So part of what these fora such as Sadc-Pf does, it's exposing our communities that we are part of this region. We should be part of these conversations. But also we need to start to trade with one another. We need to ensure that we support each other's development so that as a region we can grow together. And what is very interesting about the SADC region, I'm not saying other regions may not be the same, but we're actually interrelated also by blood, by other relations. For instance, you'll find that people along Mozambique and Limpopo and Mpumalanga, others have got cousins or fathers on the other side and so on, or even mothers on the other side of the border and so on. Similarly, if you look at South Africa, for instance, we border Mozambique, we border Swaziland, we border Zimbabwe, we border Botswana, we border Namibia. All of these are our neighbors. And this is not just something of today. People, by their nature, like to explore. So people have been moving within the region, also because of the mine and other industrial complexes, that some people moved from Malawi, from Zambia, others going up. You'll go to Zambia, for instance, and find people culturally, you would actually think I was in KZN. Similarly, in Zimbabwe, you would think, wow, why are these people, you know, dancing like the Zulu warriors? But it is because also of that movement up in our region. So while we appreciate the territorial borders, but what we want to build over time is a region that can be at peace with itself. It's a region that can be able to communicate and be able to leverage each other's, you know,
lived experiences,
and natural resources. For instance, in South Africa, we do get water from Lesotho. They have that abundance which we do not have. Similarly, South Africa has been a home to mining, which attracted other people from our region to actually work in the mines in South Africa. So it is important when we work as the parliamentarians in these, also look at how we hold each other accountable. Because the model laws that we agreed to as SADC Parliament helps as a framework for domestication in one of our in each of our member states. For instance, one of the reports that was given by one of the standing committee was actually a visit that they held to Lesotho to look at how they've domesticated one of the model laws that we passed as the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Therefore, Speaker, you're saying that the SADC Forum is not just about talking and dialogue, but things are seen on the ground and they are being implemented.
And also oversight. I mean, for instance, when we give our country reports in each and every plenary assembly, we then go back and said, we took resolution last year, for instance, in Vic Falls in Zimbabwe. One of the key issues that came out was on how we can utilize artificial intelligence in our parliament in a responsible way, and also which is protecting the rights of citizens. Issues of regulation. So when we present, we ask ourselves, how far has South Africa gone? We then give the report. So each country must give a report on that resolution. Similarly, on the issues of prisons and, you know, the overpopulation in our prison, which sometimes is as a result of people who just can't find bail because they don't have money. So how do we address some of those issues? So every year, every 6 months when we meet in another country, we will have to say, these are the resolutions our previous summit has taken. This is how far in my country we have gone to implement this resolution, or not gone. These are the challenges we're facing.
Yes.
That helps us to hold each other accountable.
And just finally, Speaker, the Parliament of RSA, which you lead as well, the National Assembly, what message of hope do you have for South Africans who seem to have lost political will, who seem to have lost intention and hope as a whole in government? What message do you have for them going forward?
Well, I wouldn't say South Africans have lost hope in government or in any structure of government. They are concerned.
Yes.
They are actually reflecting. They are discontent on some of the things that we may be doing as public representatives, as the structures that they've elected in order to implement certain things. And what we need to do is to go back to our commitment that we made as public representatives when we actually take up office. And remember that Constitution and what it says we must do in order to create a better life for all South Africans, in order to address the ills of the past, in order to form an inclusive society. So every day we need to be able to say, in what we do as parliamentarians, in our oversight work, in holding government accountable, in ensuring that we oversee a government action and are in touch with our communities, do we live by that?
Thank you so much for making the time, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much.
And of course, that was the Honorable Speaker Thoko Didiza, and she is the Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa, providing a crucial update on the outcomes and the path forward as the 58th Sadc-Pf Plenary Assembly nears its final day. The vision from day one is now being forged into commitments. The work of oversight and the implementation begins now. Of course, tomorrow we will be here to give you more analysis and more interviews with the leaders of these regions at the Sadc-Pf. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, you will find us here. And of course, from myself, Tepo Mori, my co-host, Teminko Singova, and the team behind the scenes, take care.
From 13 November to 5 December 2025, Parliament of South Africa will host the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum under the theme, The Impact of Climate Change on Women and Youth in the SADC region and the Role of Parliaments in Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation. For 5 days, speakers, members of Parliament and experts from across the SADC region will convene in Durban, South Africa, to move beyond debate to action, forging strategies, sharing best practices, and strengthening the various parliaments' collective power to pass laws, allocate resources, and hold governments accountable. The Sadc-Pf is a regional interparliamentary body composed of 15 parliaments representing over 3,500 parliamentarians in the SADC region. The forum seeks to bring regional experiences to bear at the national level to promote best practices in the role of parliaments in regional cooperation and integration as outlined in the SADC Treaty and the Forum Constitution. Its main aim is to provide a platform for parliaments and parliamentarians to promote and improve regional integration in the SADC region through parliamentary involvement. Watch the 58th Plenary Assembly of the Sadc-Pf on Parliament TV, on DSTV channel 408, or through your YouTube streams at Parliament of RSA. Also, join the conversation on social media platforms using the hashtag 58 Sadc-Pf. For more information, visit Parliament's website at www.parliament.gov.za. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.